where digital transformation is taking place and the world changes in the blink of an eye, Esri users are unlocking the full potential of data to solve real problems in real time. They use location and geography to integrate, analyze, and understand all types of data. They embrace the science of GIS, science that Esri pioneered, and its users continue to advance. Organizations everywhere see data in new ways through a common visual language. Informed, inspired, and empowered by the science of where, pushing the boundaries of geography to create deeper insight and understanding. The science of where is the science of exploration and navigation. The science of the grand and the granular. This is the science of development and the science of sustainability, the science of power and the science of peace, the science of will, the science of wonder, the science of where.
Systems innovation is about changing whole systems, rather than just changing parts. The way we do a lot of things around here doesn't seem to be working so well. How we do food, finance, healthcare has become unsustainable in many ways. We need to do things differently. We need to innovate. But not just innovate in parts, a new electric car, a new app or solar panel. We need to innovate in whole systems. New energy systems, educational systems, transport systems. Clearly, this isn't easy. It takes a new way of thinking and modeling, called systems thinking. But it also takes new ways of organizing through networks. By combining new models and insights from systems and complexity science and new ways of organizing through information technology, we today have a unique and extraordinary capacity to actually change whole systems. We call this systems innovation, innovating not just in parts, but whole systems. Luckily, we are not the only ones thinking like this. That is why we are building an open platform for connecting system thinkers and system doers around the world. From economists and ecologists to designers and developers, we are building a collaborative platform, an ecosystem to fuel the next generation of systems-level innovation across industries. We hope you will join us.
The Machik Lab is the most creative way of empowering women. Of all of the projects which the UN funds around the world, this is the one dearest to our heart. It's the one we're most proud of, and it's the one that we intend to take to the rest of the world so that they can learn from what you have achieved.
Our vision of gender equality is inspired by our Chancellor's words. Women and men are of equal value, like two wings of a bird, for without the two in perfect harmony, humanity cannot progress. We hold India's only UNESCO chair in the area of gender equality and women's empowerment. Our research goal is to further women's empowerment and gender equality as a community agenda, in harmony with the environment, towards a sustainable future. While addressing problems in villages, we work with women to identify what vulnerabilities they have and co-design interventions with them, one of which we're really proud of is addressing the need for toilets. We taught women to build and maintain their own toilet, and after they mastered these skills, they mobilized the community towards ending open defecation. Some now earn a living by building toilets for others in the village. It's a win-win situation. It's a community-led total sanitation approach. Some of our women leaders were even honored by the President of India for their efforts towards ending open defecation. This was a huge achievement and a source of inspiration for all.
आपने शौचालय के निर्माण के लिए जो बहनों को मिस्त्री का काम सिखाने का अभियान चलाया है, वो सचमुच में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। बहनें और बेटियां स्वच्छता की दूत तो पहले से ही थे, अब आपने स्किल और सशक्तिकरण को भी इससे जोड़ा है।
We integrate life skills throughout our training programs. To us, it is as important, if not more, than vocational skills. These trainings strengthen the socio-democratic voice and economic empowerment of women. It expands the collective empowerment space of women. We have had a lot of firsts. We have trained India's first women plumbers. We have built the first haptic simulator in the country. We have had tribal women launch Kickstarter campaigns to fund their businesses. All this could not have happened were it not for the guidance, the vision, and the opportunity given by our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi.
You're invited to the awesome virtual conference, the International Conference on Systems Thinking and Women's Empowerment. Advancing Women's Empowerment through Systems Model Expansion, happening March 3rd through 5th. Hosted by Amrita University, India, and co-organised by Systems Innovation Mumbai, this conference provides a unique opportunity to participate in a dialogue with top experts in systems thinking, complexity science, and women's empowerment. We have a star-studded panel that includes renowned scientists, activists, and change makers. Our main focus will be human rights-based and evidence-informed interventions tailored to girls' and women's needs, particularly in vulnerable communities. There's no registration fee to join the awesome conference. To register, please click the link provided. We can't wait to see you there.
मेरा नाम सुनीता है। मैं अमाची लैब्स से सीईओ के पद पर कार्य करती हूँ। मेरा गांव सरायनपुर, ब्लॉक बहादुरपुर, जिला प्रयागराज की रहने वाली हूँ। आज मैं पक्षपात को तोड़ने की प्रतिज्ञा लेती हूँ।
मेरा नाम मिनलबेन है। मैं गुजरात नानी बोरवाई से हूँ। मैं अमाची लैब का स्टाफ हूँ और मैं पक्षपात को तोड़ने की प्रतिज्ञा लेती हूँ।
ब्लॉक बहादुरपुर, जिला प्रयागराज के रहने वाली हूँ। आज मैं पक्षपात को तोड़ने की प्रतिज्ञा लेती हूँ।
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to the third day of the awesome conference on the theme of safety, security, and health. Let us begin this session with a prayer.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Dhyayamo Dhavalavagunthalavatim Tejomayim Naishtikim Snigdhapangavilokinim Bhagavatim Mantasmitashrimukhim Vatsalyamritavarshiniim Sumadhuram Sankirtanalapinim Syamangim Madhusiktasuktim Amritanandatmikam
Introducing myself, I am Ashwati Patnavilochanan, Research Associate and PhD Scholar from the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. As we are approaching the special occasion of International Women's Empowerment Day on March 8th, may I welcome Dr. Bhavani R. Rao, Dean of the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She is the UNESCO Chair of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. Also, the Director of 2 research centers, Amrita Multimodal Applications using Computer-Human Interactions Labs, Machik Labs, and the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. Over to you, Dr. Bhavani.
Sorry about that. So before we start today, thank you, Ashwati. Before we start today, the theme of the International Day is Women 2022, which is on the 8th of March, which the conference is actually building towards, is #BreakTheBias. So the theme is that individually, we are all responsible for our own thoughts and our actions, and that is all day and every day. I think this conference is a venue where we are all coming together collectively, individuals, but coming collectively to actually realize this vision of breaking the bias. So the campaign calls for us to imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias. So we can break the bias in our communities. We can break the bias in our workplaces. We can break the bias in our schools, colleges, and universities. More than that, we can break the bias in our homes with our children. We can and we must break the bias in our own minds. Together, we can all break the bias on International Women's Day and beyond. Therefore, let us all take the pledge to break the bias by striking a pose together in the form, just as it's shown in the photograph. Let the awesome conference be a way for us all to collectively commit and help forge a more inclusive world. So if everyone could turn on their cameras now, and please join us in taking a pledge to break the bias. If you would all turn on your cameras.
Thank you. We're just going through each panel and getting some screenshots, so bear with us. You could please turn on your cameras and strike the pose. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think we got some good photos. Back over to you, Ashwati. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, let me introduce today's session on safety, security, and health. In this session, we'll be listening to 3 keynote speakers, 4 paper presenters, and a discussion panel of 3 eminent discussants to reflect upon the session. Beginning with the keynote session, let me welcome our speakers on behalf of the entire team. Sundari Nanda, currently Special Commissioner, Human Resource Division with the Delhi Police. Dr. Losang Rabgey, Co-founder and Executive Director, Machik. Dr. Sarthak Das, Chief Executive Officer of the Asia Pacific Leaders Malaria Alliance. Andy Carmone, Director Clinical Science at Clinton Health Access Initiative. Listening to these eminent speakers, I am sure that our attendees and delegates would gain much from this session. May I politely request the speakers to keep the time frame of 10 minutes to ensure that we have the opportunity to listen to each speaker fairly. To the attendees, if you have any comments, questions, feel free to use the chat box. Moving ahead, let me invite our first keynote speaker, Currently, Special Commissioner Human Resource Division with the Delhi Police is Sundari Nanda. She is not new to us as she has been supporting Amrita and Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality since long. Still, let me take this opportunity to introduce her to this platform. She served in various capacities with the various union territories of Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Puducherry. She has also worked as Director General of Police, Puducherry. She has also had a long tenure with the Central Bureau of Investigation, wherein she started the first cybercrime investigation cell in the country in the year 2000. She has handled investigations of many sensational cases of economic offenses, corruption during her long tenure in the CBI. She is the Senior Chevening Fellow and alumni of London School of Economics as well as of the National Defence College, New Delhi. She has received the President's Police Medal and Distinguished Service and the Police Medal for Meritorious Service. Welcome to the conference, ma'am. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. At the outset, I would offer my humble salutations at Amma's lotus feet and a big thank you to Dr. Bhavani for having me as a part of this conference and enabling me to share my thoughts on the subject of systems thinking for women empowerment. And I would deal with safety and security, which have been my bread and butter topics for the last 36 years. The thoughts on the subject of systems thinking on the issues of safety and security for the empowerment of women, which I feel so privileged to share with all of you today, this is not, I would like to qualify, a research paper. This comes from being a part of reality at the ground zero of human existence that has been observed over the last 4 decades that I have worked in various aspects of law enforcement in India. No person is an island. We are all a part of a whole, a system. This is the point where, in my humble opinion, systems thinking interfaces with human existence, and hence the empowerment of women for not only their safety and security, but also empowering them to achieve their fullest potential, both as individuals and also in the various roles women have to play in their lives. Statistics is a subject which I have always viewed with keen interest. The play of numbers can be used to make or break a situation or paint a scenario very potently, especially in these times of technology, which allows the penetration of information so deep into society and into the human mind space. I say this because this interpretation of statistics causes a kind of perception which does not allow us to appreciate the exact extent of a problem in the system. This causes us to start proposing solutions in increments and in silos without due deference to the system. For example, let me take crime against women in the city of Delhi. The city of Delhi almost has about 3 crore population, of which about 50% are women. Crime statistics for the year 2021 show that the number of cases that have been registered under the crimes against women and children are in the range of 10 to 12,000. Kindly listen to this carefully. If we only look at the thousands, then it prompts a different response and a different solution. However, if we look at these 10 to 12,000 crimes in the context of the 1.5 crores of women in Delhi, then we get a rational and a holistic picture of the issue of safety of women in Delhi and the proportionality of the solution required. Here, I am only trying to suggest that prior to implementing so-called system-based solutions, we should perhaps adopt systems thinking to actually understand the systemic dimensions of the problem apart from the problem itself and objectivize and quantify it so that the sustainable, right fit solution can be found, which does not have side effects, which then eat into the system itself. To illustrate this, I would like to place before you another example. The insertion and implementation of the section 498A of the Indian Penal Code, which deals with any kind of harassment, dowry harassment. This social legislation, which has been made a criminal offense, is in my view a draconian section, which after many years has caused a rift between the genders. It is painful to see families being ripped apart by the wrongful use of this section, where the various components of the criminal justice system, that is the police, the prosecution, and the judiciary, are bound by law to take a certain interpretation or to take action. This is also borne out by recent judgments of various courts across the country, including the Supreme Court, which has cautioned all concerned about being very careful when dealing with the arrests of blood relatives of the boy's side in a matrimonial dispute case registered under Section 498A. And believe me, a visit to any jail will also prove this, where parents are in prison with real criminals. All these have caused a deep communication divide between the sexes today. We all here may have heard many a young man state that he is afraid to get married, especially since anything he may say or do may cost him his physical freedom and everything else. If we as a civilization consider a family to be a building block of society, then we are not exactly in the happiest of places, especially also since some of the developed countries have also enacted laws on the parental kidnapping of children. Here in India too, we have had intensive consultations regarding this. If development is for society, and society is made up of families whose definition is fast changing as a single family, etc., then the nature of this development in terms of understanding, approach, and solutions needs to be relooked at. These, in my view, are the implications of not applying the systems approach to a problem. Whether actually empowerment has taken place is a matter that requires deep thought, especially if we mean that empowerment means enhanced happiness. Now, coming to the positive examples of the use of systems thinking in actually empowering women. One of the most notable solutions that has emerged and has been implemented by truly understanding a systemic problem is the right to parental property, which has now been given legally to women. In one shot, a daughter has been empowered tremendously and has ensured that she is never left without financial support, again, with many impinging variables, provided that the parents are willing and the parents have the right perception, etc. Mainstreaming women, I repeat, mainstreaming women is another important systemic way to empower. Mainstreaming in spirit implies a system. When we say mainstreaming, it implies a system. This mainstreaming can be very beneficial and can change the complexion of a system. Let me give you an example, a real example. Till the year 2014, in the Delhi police, we did not have women in the patrol cars which attended to emergency calls being received on those days, the emergency number 100. When the entire phenomenon of the kind of emergency calls was studied in depth, and the 7,000 men who manned the 1,000 patrol cars stationed around Delhi were interacted with freely. In short, we did a kind of a wholesome system study. It came about that since many of the calls have to do with accidents and quarrels, and in many an accident or a quarrel, a woman has to be removed to hospital or extricated from a car or taken to the police station. The suggestion came from the men that they would ideally require a woman officer to also be in the patrol car with them. Let me tell you that the implementation of this scheme to mainstream the women officers was very difficult. The most resistance came from the women staff themselves. They were in their comfort zones, which did not require them to be on the roads to deal with accidents or quarrels, for which they did not have to be very fit, alert, or agile. We know that any change always meets with resistance. However, in the process of addressing the systemic deficiency, we relentlessly managed to get the ball rolling. And boy, the ball hasn't stopped rolling. Today,
one more minute, please. Sorry.
Yeah, the 224 police stations in Delhi, apart from the patrol cars, have so many women. And what happened as a side effect? The rational degree of fear or apprehension in the minds of an ordinary citizen in entering the police station diminished as you saw many women the minute you entered the police station. Another brilliant system-oriented solution that has vastly empowered women is the introduction and acceptance of maternity leave and the concept of creches at workplaces. A satisfied mother, especially when it comes to the safety of her child, is a productive mother. It's heartening to note that both corporates and governments have taken note of this need, which is systemic, and hence the concept of creches has become a part of a working lady's lexicon, and as we also know, a booming business sector. A working place must have today. Likewise, safety applications for women, which is a systemic need, has been identified and addressed. Would now like to move on lastly to systemic issues which still need to be addressed in this context. The last mile connectivity due to the boom of public transport like metros is an unaddressed systemic need which needs urgent addressing and a good business opportunity, because we have educated women and put them out to work, but we haven't provided them safe last mile connectivity. Systemic needs are not just limited to infrastructural issues. Challenge in addressing issues like the feeling and promotion of motherhood or fatherhood in society, which our Amma constantly emphasizes, is in the long-term interest of the human race, and we see it on ground. The infrastructure for motherhood is to be buttressed by promoting the instinct and the feeling of compassion, care, and nurture in both the sexes. For this, the huge systems of society in all its various hues of economic, social, and political colors have to be studied. The juvenile crime patterns have to be studied. The mental health is to be studied. And all this has to be addressed in the interest of the human race. The rising crime and addiction issues are not healthy evidence of the youth dividend of the world and the future of mankind. The communication gap between the genders has to be studied and addressed. Embedding the reality that men and women are like the two sides of a coin and that they complement each other, as Amma says, in the minds of the current and future generations is paramount. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that talk. Next, we have Dr. Losang Rabgey, co-founder and executive director, Machik, delivering her keynotes on the growing gender equity. Dr. Losang Rabgey, co-founder and executive director of Machik, born a Tibetan refugee in India, raised in Canada. Dr. Rabgey is the first Tibetan to hold a PhD in feminist anthropology. In 1998, she and her sister, Dr. Tashi Rabgey, co-founded Machik, a non-profit organization with its mission to grow a global community committed to a stronger future for Tibet. In 20+ years, Machik has mentored and supported education mainly for women and girls. Currently, it works on civic engagement, gender equity, and social innovation. Dr. Rabgey and her sister were recognized by Harvard University as Women Inspiring Change. Her family were awarded the Meritorious Service Cross by the Governor General of Canada. She is a frequent public speaker, including at Yale University, Harvard University, UC Santa Cruz, and the Nobel Peace Forum. A warm welcome, and let us listen to Dr. Rabgey.
Greetings, everyone. It's an honor to be included in this event, and I thank all the organizers for making this happen. In these precarious and uncertain times worldwide, it becomes even more important for all of us who care about gender equity and women's empowerment to work together and to continue to stay the course. Through our small nonprofit called Machik, we have learned over the last 20 plus years that it is most effective to stay flexible, to work with and for and listen to the people who you are serving, and to always keep the long-term results in mind. This is challenging to do. There are many challenges in doing this kind of work, but I believe that even in the part of the world where we work, which is also very uncertain, change is possible. And it takes a long time, and it takes many people. Ultimately, it takes a lot of listening on our part to the people inside for what they want to see happen in their own communities. Our experience with Machik began very simply and modestly with the building of one primary school in rural Tibet, around the elevation of, I guess, 13,000 feet, on the eastern edge of Tibet, in a place called Chungba. And before, the local authorities had built a school for about 25 rural Tibetan children of pastoralists and farmers. And through many steps and many struggles, we were finally able in 2002 to open a school, a primary school, for 210 children, which is tenfold more than the number of children that were there before. The key thing with this school is that it is, and has been since the beginning, a mother tongue-based bilingual school. So the children are learning all the subjects through their own mother tongue. And this is vital for the children's self-esteem, for their pride, for the ultimate goal of learning. All the subjects become much more clearer and more learnable, taught through the mother tongue. And this may not sound too remarkable for many of you, but in places like many places in rural Tibet, you don't see this kind of school often. And so it is really important that we were able to put this school in place many years ago. The initial funding for the school came from my parents, who at the time were factory workers, and they're now retired. They decided to put my father's retirement savings into the building of the first primary school. This, of course, galvanized my sister and I, and it became a group effort, and with the help of many wonderful friends in Tibet, outside Tibet, we were able finally to also build a middle school. And over the years, we have seen what an impact not only the school itself can have on a local community, but the gender dynamic has shifted dramatically. Before the Chungba schools were built, almost no women and girls from the school, from the community, had an access to education. From the first day the school opened, we made sure that half the students were girls, and the parents agreed, and I think they were a bit dubious in the beginning about how that would work out in the end, but the girls in the school have long performed as well or better than the boys in the school, and so it has become a very accepted practice to send daughters as well as sons. That shift didn't take very long, literally just a year, and 6 years, 15 years later, one of the top students, academically top students to ever come out of the school is a young woman now, who became the first law student in the history of the county, and is now finished her Master of Law degree. At the same time we worked on the school project, we also created a foundation inside Tibet in another region called Amdo, where we supported only girls' education, women's education, and going from middle school to high school to college, PhDs, postgrads. That program has now supported over 2,000 young people through their education. One of them finished her PhD inside Tibet in Tibetan traditional medicine, and she actually did her postdoc at UCLA in the US in her third language, English. So of course there's no doubt anywhere in the world of people's capacity. It's all about opportunity, of course. And you know, in the beginning of any kind of project like this, especially in regions of uncertainty, you can get a lot of pushback. People telling you, no, this isn't going to work, or the impact is too small, it's not statistically meaningful. But we believe that this has been vitally important to stay the course. And not only have we been able over the years, with many people's support and participation, been able to reach thousands of young people inside and now also outside Tibet through various education programs, I believe that we have at the same time created a public discourse in our community. That has to happen at the same time that we actually do the work on the ground. And by creating a public discourse, a space for that, the attitudes can shift along with and create a better space for the students as they graduate through their different stages of education, and hopefully into the workplaces, and hopefully ultimately into places of decision-making power. So we are very grateful that a tremendous amount of trust with the communities in which we work, a lot of support from supporters inside, outside, who really understood the import of people being educated and having a baseline for making better choices for their own families, their own lives, their own families, and their communities. At the same time, we also developed some other programs that really reflects the flexibility that is necessary in these kinds of regions to do gender work. We don't necessarily have all the space we would wish to do certain things in certain ways, so we have always stayed very flexible, kept a wide open mind about what is possible to be done, and we were extremely fortunate to work with an incredible Tibetan woman, feminist, poet, professor inside Tibet, who created the first ever collection of Tibetan women's poetry written in Tibetan language. So Tibetan women, although not many, but Tibetan women have been writing in our language through history, not nearly in the numbers that we needed, but this was the first anthology of Tibetan women's contemporary writing put together, and it was not easy for publishers to sort of embrace this, and this is where we were able to support the project, was by helping to find a publisher and to help produce it. It has become the first ever Tibetan language volume for Tibetan women's contemporary writing, and it led to other people publishing other books by and about women in Tibetan language, and we're so grateful for the local trust by Tibetan writers for wanting to work on this. A few years later, we also worked with two other nonprofits to co-produce the first ever translation from English into Tibetan of a domestic violence handbook or manual about teaching about the concepts, the issues, the women's rights, etc. This has been very important to us, as we know that gender-based violence is prevalent around the world and is an incredible barrier to so much for women. It's something that we must continue to keep a focus on. And so we thought this is what at this point in time, again, staying flexible, this is what we can do right now to add to the collective effort happening inside and outside to change the gender dynamics. And the other thing that I will mention is that more recently, in the last 3-4 years, we have begun another program called the Machik Gender Summit. And the point of this is to bring together Tibetan voices of women, and we mean by that people who identify as women, including, of course, trans women, but people who want to talk about gender issues in Tibetan society. We do this bilingually. People can switch from one language to the other. We do our best to translate either way. And we create a safe space that is not recorded, etc. And it gives people a way to really connect with each other in ways that is very difficult in our Tibetan public spaces. So these are a very quick rundown of some of the programs that we have created over time, very painstakingly trying to figure out what can be done at any given moment, given the resources and the team and the circumstances, most importantly, that we have. What can be done in unison with people we are trying to serve and learn from as well. So thank you so much for the time and space to tell you a bit about the work that we have been doing with and for women inside Tibet. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Dr. Losang Rabgey for sharing your experience. Next, let me welcome Dr. Sarthak Das and Auntie Carmone. Dr. Sarthak and Auntie have both been long associated with Amrita and the Center for Women's and Gender Equality, that they really feel like a part of our family. This commitment to service, exemplified through their various initiatives that they are a part of, is something that we have always admired and are in turn inspired by. Dr. Sarthak Das is the Chief Executive Officer of the Asia Pacific Leaders Malaria Alliance. He joins the Alliance from the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, where he holds the appointments as research scientist in the Dean's Office and Department of Health Policy and Management. Also as Senior Advisor for Research Translation and Global Health Policy at the Harvard Global Health Institute. He brings 25 years of experience as public health scientist, development practitioner, and global health policy advisor. His work spanned from diverse Asia-Pacific settings in countries such as Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Laos, Vietnam, Myanmar, and Papua New Guinea, as well as West in Africa. Dr. Sarthak graduated from Harvard College with a joint AB in Social Anthropology and Sanskrit Indian Studies, holds a Master of Public Health from Yale University, and a doctorate in Public Health from the University of North Carolina. Dr. Sarthak is also joined by Auntie Carmone. She serves as Director Clinical Science at Clinton Health Access Initiative. She has been dedicated to excellence in public health, along with her experience in rural programs. A certified nurse midwife, also trained in epidemiology and public health, she has practiced global health for 25 years, living and working in low and middle income communities in and across sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia Pacific, and New Mexico. Let us hear from Dr. Sarthak Das and Auntie Carmone for the next 10 minutes. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be able to speak with you all. I'm going to quickly share the screen if possible while I run through a few slides that I wanted to share. So we're speaking today on the topic of using systems thinking to better serve women through networks of care. And when I was asked, we were asked to pull together this talk, I wanted to first just begin by saying that when I think about networks of care and the body of work that we're going to present, which Andy is going to deal with in a much more, I think, systematic way than I will be able to. I wanted to start by saying that what a lot of this is born out of is not just the research that went into the networks of care, but the research that came out of understanding a fundamental problem that we all know at this point in terms of preventable death and morbidity, leading to a number of poor outcomes, the feminization of poverty, distrust of health system, followed by the underutilization of services. And when we think about all of these issues and what the problem is, and we think about program design of health interventions, we continually come up with the same conclusions in terms of where does this work need to happen? And so when we think about systems thinking, this particular talk that you're going to hear is really in thinking about how do we make systems work in places where the most vulnerable are, and then by extension, within those places, where do we see the opportunities, to put it in the positive, to be able to strengthen health systems by improving services, in particular the way in which services are oriented towards women. I wanted to take a moment to just turn to the data that we know about malaria, because it's not dissimilar for HIV, it's not dissimilar for TB, it's not dissimilar for many of the intractable problems that we face in public health. And that is really to illustrate, even if you look at a problem like malaria, where we have 40 countries in the world that have eliminated malaria, and yet we find that in our region, in Asia Pacific, we have been unable to do so. And 90% of that burden rests in 4 countries: Indonesia, India, Pakistan, and Papua New Guinea. And when you look at any of those countries, the areas in red are the pockets of endemicity, and they are also where the systems are the weakest. So we see this in India as well. And so when we think about a topic like networks of care, what we're really talking about is how do you build a system at not just the subnational level. When we say subnational, it could be state, could be provincial, but it is, of course, district. And in the case of India, it would be ward. But the way that you gain any kind of real knowledge is by being able to understand how do you actually build systems at that level. And so Andy and I both have had the great blessing to live in a number of countries, and we spent 7 years living in the highlands of Papua New Guinea. And one of the things that came out of that experience was a recognition of the fact that the only way that we could actually build a system was to intimately understand in what ways, whether it was a new therapeutic, whether it was a new diagnostic tool, how can those things be adapted to work for the people in these places? And we can do that in an ad hoc way, but as we went along in the work, I think we realized that there is a pedagogy that can be put together and be described. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Andy to describe what the networks of care are. Andy. Oh, do you want me to stop sharing and you share your slides?
Yes, I think there might be a little bit. Thank you, Sarthak, for that. And I just want to say to Awesome, thank you so much for this opportunity to chat with all of you. I've been watching over YouTube the last few days of presentations, and it's just been wonderful. So I want to talk in a little bit more detail about networks of care, what they are. We've helped to codify this concept, which has been sort of a de facto way to organize really effective programs in health, but has never had really the framework, the structure, the lexicon of a shared terminology or stepwise instruction of how to build an effective network of care. So we undertook this work to address these persistent systemic problems like Sarthak mentioned before. And these are all really exacerbated, particularly in places that are the most remote and that are home to the most vulnerable people, many of which are women. And so networks of care, we have found through our experience and our research that they can really reach women, whether they're in very difficult to reach communities in urban settings, or like in this picture here, in places that are only accessible by foot or by small aircraft. What we're talking about when we talk about networks of care are relationships and systems that go from the community level through to specialized healthcare and then back. In order to build networks of care, you must utilize systems thinking to carry out adaptive planning and management so that these very complex steps can be carried out and organized in a timely way and in a very high quality way, or the best quality possible. So excellent examples of applying the networks of care framework in a way that specifically benefits women include like emergency obstetric response. That's an excellent example, and in fact is the example that we used to try to build the evidence base for the networks of care framework. Another example is cervical cancer, primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention and care. So here, these are just some illustrations that, each of them are their own rich story, but I show them here to just lay the groundwork for the scenes of different aspects of networks of care. In these different pictures, you can see that there are health professionals who are highly trained, highly skilled, have come from town to a very remote area. They're giving care during rural outreach. They're also mentoring the healthcare providers that live and are stationed in these remote areas. And then they also take these village midwives in the middle, in the middle photo in the blue matching dresses. They take them back to town with them from the remote areas and train them to have more, better skill in midwifery so that they can go back and serve their rural communities better. So what we mean when we talk about networks of care is really intentional, systematic collaboration from the community level through to the primary care centers, secondary care, tertiary care, so that complex cases can be seen where they need to be seen, receive the care they need to receive, and then be returned back to their community with the appropriate follow-up. This is a scene of a medevac, which, this can only happen when there are effective networks of care that utilize very good relationships to carry out quality of care. In the framework, I'm going to go very fast now because we're running out of time. There are 4 domains that are dynamic, they're interdependent, and they're also context specific. So this framework that's illustrated here is something that can be adapted to many different problems. It employs systems thinking, lays the groundwork for evidence-based and program-agnostic framework. You can learn more about networks of care, that specific framework, and the evidence that fed into building it, which is pictured in this heat map here on the right side, in a special issue of the journal Health Systems and Reform. It's available online. There are about 9 papers. Then please contact us if you would like to discuss them after having a peek at them. And then I will turn it back over to Sarthak, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sarthak.
I know that we don't have any time. I just wanted 30 seconds to say one last thing. And the work of Amachi Labs and so many of the people who have joined, and this work that we've just described, it really, this image always comes to mind for me, because what we are trying all to do, I think, especially when we reach into those places which are so difficult and where people need the highest quality of care, is we're building root bridges, because it has to be solutions that come from the place. It has to be rooted in the place, and root bridges can be stronger than concrete and steel. And so I think it's just a metaphor that I draw upon a lot, we draw upon in our work, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to be with you all and to be hearing all these amazing speakers the last several days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarthak. Actually, I don't think you are ahead of the time. Actually, we still have some more time left if you want to add something. So if there is—
I'd rather listen.
Yeah, fine. Thank you, Dr. Sarthak Das and Andy Carmone. With that, we come to the end of a wonderful keynote session. Thank you on behalf of the listeners and the team to Sundari Nanda, Dr. Losang Rabgey, Dr. Sarthak Das and Andy Carmone. Thank you. Next in the agenda, we have the paper presentation session for the theme of safety, security, and health. Here we have 4 presentations by Prerna Barua, Cyril Alan Jonathan, Julia Simga, Tanuja Prasad in their respective order. Attendees, if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to use the chat box. These presentations will be facilitated by a discussion session of 3 eminent panelists: Professor Maria Laura Corradi, Social Scientist, University of Calabria; Praveen Patkar, Co-founder, Director, Prerna, a global recognized CSO; Professor Krishna Sri Achyutan, Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita University, Head of the Center for Cybersecurity, Systems and Networks. Let me take a moment to politely request the paper presenters to be aware of the 10 minutes time limit. You will receive an alert at the end of 8 minutes and at the end of the 10 minutes. Let me invite our first paper presenter, Ms. Prerna Barua. Sorry, just a second. Sorry for that interruption. Let me invite Prerna Barua to talk on the topic, creating safety for ourselves. Prerna Barua currently works as Program Officer in Martha Farrell Foundation in New Delhi. She has completed a Master's in Conflict Transformation from the Center for Justice and Peace Building in Virginia. Her research interests are in the field of sexual and gender-biased violence, conflict resolution, and trauma awareness and resilience. But due to some technical issues, she had informed us that she won't be able to join, and instead her colleague will be playing a video that she had prepared for us. So let me pass it over to Nitya Sriram, Senior Program Officer, Martha Farrell Foundation, and to present the presentation by Prerna. Over to you, Nitya Sriram.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just going to quickly share my screen and play Prerna's video.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prerna, and I'm a program officer at the Martha Farrell Foundation. And if you're seeing this, it means that I'm in the field, and there is no internet connectivity, as a result of which I couldn't be there live. But I'd still like to share my presentation on creating safety for ourselves, non-judicial responses to SGBV among asylum seekers and migrant workers. Before I begin, I'd just like to forecast that there are mentions of sexual and gender-based violence, as well as abuse. And if any of this is triggering for you, I'd invite you to do anything that you like to take care of yourselves. So throughout the entire research process, a number of stories came out of sexual and gender-based violence among the research participants. And just to set the context a little bit, I'd like to share one of these. The particular story I'm referring to is that from an Afghan refugee named Ruxana. I've of course not used her original name, but she mentions that when she first arrived in India 2-3 years ago, she was employed in a hotel, and during this employment time, her boss sexually harassed her and took her into a room and pushed her onto a bed and basically tried to do things to her that she wasn't very comfortable with. And she mentioned that she did not know how she could approach the police. She did not know about any redressal mechanisms, and she had never been told thusly. And most importantly, what she had said was that at that point of time, she was the sole earner in her family, and she could not afford to lose this job. So just to share a little bit more context regarding this research study, I'd like to point out some little points of data that were very important while conducting this research. So for example, in a study conducted by the Tibetan Women's Association in India, it was found that 41.32% of the respondents faced forms of sexual and gender-based violence. But when it came to reporting these instances, 57% approached the TWA, which is a non-government civil society organization. 11.85% tried to resolve within the family itself. 9.73% approached the settlement officer, and only 18.34% approached the police station. But even in this instance, they weren't always able to receive justice. A similar story also prevails among migrant women workers, and a study conducted by Martha Farrell Foundation in 2018 finds that on the issue of sexual harassment at the workplace, 84 respondents reported that they were sexually harassed at their workplaces, and 19% of these people chose to ignore the incident. And out of all of these, you can see all of the statistics here, but only 17 women domestic workers complained to the police. And even in this instance, they were not able to exactly share the outcomes of filing a complaint, and almost none of them received the justice that was required. So throughout the use of this research study, there are some definitions that I've used. So for sexual and gender-based violence, it's a gendered act, a violation of human rights, and a form of discrimination against women. This includes rape, sexual abuse, interpersonal violence, domestic violence, trafficking, and so on and so forth. It's a very broad-based definition of the same. The term refugee and asylum seekers has been used interchangeably, and basically it's the same definition as given in the 1951 Refugee Convention. And for a migrant worker, I've used the term given by the International Labour Organization and the International Organization of Migration, which says that a migrant worker is a person who moves away from their family and their usual place of residence, whether across the country or an international border, temporarily or permanently, and for a variety of reasons, but these are primarily economic in nature. So for the participant profile itself, 7 Tibetan refugees were interviewed during this entire process. 7 Afghan refugees were interviewed as well, and 16 migrant domestic workers were interviewed during this entire process. So for the methodology used, there were 3 kinds of methodology used, but this entire study was a feminist participatory action research process, and I had used a research process called the listening circle. Now with the migrant domestic workers, this was in person. With the Tibetan refugees, this was a virtual listening circle, and for the Afghan refugees, due to a variety of reasons, a circle process could not be conducted, and telephone telephonic interviews were used instead. And as you can see here, a circle process is basically something like a group discussion that's based on values, and a very important element of the same is a talking piece. And we are supposed to pass around a talking piece, and only the holder of the piece can speak, whereas others listen with intent. So there were a number of questions used during the research process, and it started with a grounding exercise and a check-in session, and a number of other questions that you can see here were used as well. Now, in terms of the results of the study, there was a very resoundingly common notion that there is a need for non-judicial mechanisms that address sexual and gender-based violence, because there were so many instances of sexual and gender-based violence that were reported that came out of this research. It was found that there were instances of sexual harassment at the workplace, rape, domestic violence, rape through promise to marry, and so on and so forth. And there was also a number of cases of child marriage as well as child sexual abuse that were reported among migrant domestic workers. But when all of these participants were asked whether they had reported these instances of sexual and gender-based violence, a number of barriers were reported, and I've categorized these into individual barriers and institutional barriers. On an individual level, a lot of barriers like a very, very distinct lack of awareness regarding the laws and redressal mechanisms, financial constraints when the perpetrator was an employer or the landlord, societal stigma, and recent migration proved to be individual barriers to reporting. And on an institutional side, it was found that unaccountable and inaccessible redressal mechanisms, underdefined pathways, referral pathways, and the institutional barriers that were created as a result of COVID-19, such as slow redressal mechanisms, and a disruption in the redressal mechanisms were reported. And it was also found that there was a lack of a survivor-centered approach, as a result of which many women believed that they would not be believed when they went to the police. And it was also found that there were a number of discrimination on the grounds of race, nationality, and religion that were reported. And for instance, a participant who faced a Muslim migrant worker who faced sexual and gender-based violence in the form of domestic violence had gone to a police station, and she was told that because she is a Muslim, polygamy is very common in their religion, and that is why she probably had it coming to her. And this was told to her by a policeman when she had gone to file an incident. So when participants were asked about the kind of non-judicial mechanisms that provided them support and acknowledgement during their time of crisis, it was found that these could be divided on the forms of on the sides of prevention of sexual and gender-based violence and addressing sexual and gender-based violence. On the prevention side, there were strengthening social security protections, sensitization and information and awareness sessions. And it was also found that bystander intervention training was very important. So a lot of the participants had said that they wanted to do something when they saw instances of sexual and gender-based violence, but they didn't know what they could do. And in this instance, they become a bystander who can prevent some harm from happening. For example, if they were given the training through 5D model, which is to distract, delegate, document, delay, and direct, then they feel that they could have maybe handled the situation better. And it was also found that collectivizing or unionizing was found to be a very important mechanism for empowerment, and this provided them a lot of support and acknowledgement. In terms of addressing cases, peer support was found to be the most common form of support received, where a person who faced it could tell their friends and they received some form of support, relief through this. Civil society interventions was also believed to be important in the form of civil society providing shelter homes, providing clear referral pathways, and community support groups were also believed to be important. And in the case of international refugees, for example, the Afghan and the Tibetan refugees, it was found that they mentioned the importance of organizations such as the UNHCR, and they said that upon arrival, they should have been told about the redressal mechanisms for sexual and gender-based violence in India. And they believe that they weren't told this in this particular instance. And psychological aid and counseling was, of course, believed to be important as well. And in a lot of instances, violence was also reported. So when a woman faced sexual and gender-based violence, a direct approach would be to maybe slap, kick the perpetrator. And a lot of mob violence was also reported when this had happened. And, in order to prevent such kinds of violence from breaking out as well, I think the other mechanisms would need to be strengthened. And combining all of these together is the importance of community support centers, which are basically physical spaces where women can meet, collectivize, and maybe offer each other support and acknowledgement. And that was believed to be resoundingly something that brought all of these other non-judicial mechanisms together. Now, in order to, sort of put a more systems approach to this, I've used Adam Kahane's transformative scenario planning. And it was found that there was an existing gap in judicial responses to sexual and gender-based violence, which led to the creation of unmet needs. And there were also a number of barriers to reporting these cases, which is why non-judicial mechanisms became important, both in terms of strengthening systems as well as supporting survivors. Now, I'm not in any way saying that, judicial mechanisms aren't important, but non-judicial mechanisms, such as the ones mentioned previously, actually tended to sort of fill a gap and act as a bridge and almost like a complementary mechanism that was believed to be very important. And if these particular mechanisms were strengthened and instituted as prioritized programs, then it would lead to a system-wide change. So this entire research was co-initiated through participatory methods, and it was found that support circles helped to collectivize all of the women and all of the participants in the research study. And the problem of practice was collectively observed by all of the participants in the research study, and the co-presencing could happen through the institution of these non-judicial mechanisms. And once these are co-created and they would also be co-evolved, leading to a strengthened system-wide change. Lastly, I'd just like to share a poem that was said by one of the migrant domestic workers who was a participant in the study, who said that we struggle every day, we fight each day, and there are so many laws and so many policies, but where is our place within them? So thank you, everyone. And these are the references that I've used during the research process. If there are any questions, they can be addressed. You can write to me at mfa@marthafarrellfoundation.org. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you for that wonderful work, Prerna, and thanks, Nitya. Next, let us hear from Mr. Cyril Alan Jonathan of Psychology Department, Salem, India. Over to you, Mr. Cyril.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good evening to one and all. So, starting the screen. So my topic is workplace interpersonal trust among women employees. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
So this study is done in the context of Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs of United Nations. The Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations 2015, also known as Global Goals, are the worldwide call action to eradicate poverty, gender equality, and safeguard the environment. Prosperity for all coming years. Women's and Sustainable Development Goals. It has been long said that women are the key evidence to develop the effective development. The success of sustainable development is intimately tied up with the development of women's equality, said by World Resource Institute (WRI). Trust, it is an assured reliance on the character, ability, strength, or truth of someone or something. So the interpersonal trust, the definition is framed by Cook and Wall, defined interpersonal trust as the extent to which one is willing to ascribe good intention to others and to have confidence in their work, words, and action. Some of the literature reviews which is collected for the researchers, Cross 2012 found that manipulated employees' evaluative emotions were substantially greater, while unpleasant and activated emotions were significantly less negative than manipulators. Nevin 2012 contended that the societal implications of interpersonal trust affect regulations and contribute to understanding of the elements influencing the creation and maintenance of greater relationship. So here comes the methodology of the study. The study design and sample. The sample consists of 200 employees collected through stratified random sampling. The tools was sent to various contacts through Google Forms. A total number of 230 responses were received. Out of 30 had been rejected because of the missing data, and remaining 200 were retained for the study. The tool which is used for the study is the interpersonal trust scale, developed by Cook and Wall 1980, and the scale has been re-established for the study, and the reliability was given. So these are the results. So in this table, we can find that the table 1, the differences in the demographic variables. In this, age, sector, service, marital status, economic, socio-economic status, and family type are analyzed. In this, 50% of the employees belong to early adulthood. 49.5% were belongs to mature adulthood. 50.5% of employees belong to education sector, and 49.5% of employees belong to IT sector. The duration, the service, the work experience of the employees. The employees below 10 years of work experience were 82.5%, and above 10 years of experience were 17.5%. The influence, here we can see that age and so marital status have these differences, where hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Audible, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
So discussions. As an adult, the individual adopts a more established position in the society, sometimes holding employment, contribution to the community, raising a family, and looking after kids. It is explained that overall total dimensions of interpersonal trust among working women, mature women have higher mean scores. Mature women employees higher levels of trust and confidence in management than early adulthood employees, just because they have started as colleagues years ago. Senior employees have greater knowledge about others who holds high level of positions in the management, because of which senior employees might have developed much more trust in colleagues closer than their age, and top level management is older. So next, this suggests that in India, women's status is mostly determined by the marital status. Unmarried women employees lose confidence for a variety of reasons, the most common of which is the poor relationship with their supervisor and negative peer interactions. Can also undermine confidence, particularly if there is a cultural violence. So employees lose confidence confidence for various reasons, the most of common of which is poor rapport with their management. Negative relationship with the peer can also affect confidence, particularly if there is still a cultural brutality. Employees trust their peer who have been likewise trusted by the manager more than peers who have been less trusted by the managers. Findings at micro level will add to the countries and United Nations ambitious journey towards SDG, because interpersonal trust among employees, particularly among women employees, is the most fundamental psychosocial requirements to attain sustainable development goals. Interpersonal trust is positively associated with good health, well-being, gender equality, decent work, and economic growth to reduce inequality. Conclusion. Interpersonal trust is influenced by perceived relationship between trustor and the trustees. Trust expresses faith in service and good intention of those around you. Trust mistrust is the essential in the formation of companionship, love, and respect. Trust is fundamental tent for inter and intergroup relationship. It is the prerequisite for the formation of many types of interpersonal connection. Trust is a key component of sustainable growth. Implementing methods that boost team confidence enhances the way to organization operate. There are two primary ways to increase trust. First, enhancing competencies and skill. Second is creating mutual relationship and promoting collaboration. It is critical to establish and then sustain positive trust-based relationship between workers and management. Sustainable Development Goal requires establishing trust and promoting confidence to improve the performance of interpersonal aspects of work, which adds to the United Nations agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyril. Next, it's a pleasure to invite Professor Julia Simca, currently Professor of Philosophy at Maltepe University, Philosophy Department. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, the Director, Center for Women and Family Studies, Maltepe University. Also, she is the UNESCO Chair for Gender Equality and Culture. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you, Professor Julia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, actually, because as we got involved with the conference and listened to the wonderful papers for the last few days, we more and more realized all the variety of problems. And today, if you allow me, I will share my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
You can see it. Maybe you can put it in the presentation mode.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the problem today that we want to tackle, and I also would like to start by saying that the systems thinking perspective is something, well, we were well aware of intersectionality, but it was when we got involved in the conference and got in touch with the wonderful people at the university, Rita, that we realized how important the systems thinking perspective is. And so the problem is the child early and forced marriages in the context of Turkey, but this is not only a problem for Turkey, of course, this is also a problem for around the world, particularly in certain places. So I would like to give certain numbers. Globally, around 21% of young women were married before the age of 18, which usually the age of 18 marks the passage to adulthood from childhood. And of the young people who were married before the age of 18, 37% are in sub-Saharan Africa, but overall, about 650 million girls and women alive today were married as children, meaning under the age of 18. And there are, of course, several reasons for that, being one of which is being the traditions, of course, which we also see in Turkey, traditions, especially with the rise of conservatism in Turkey for the last 20 years, this problem has been, in a sense, overlooked, as well as because of certain traditional values, so to speak, it has been somewhat encouraged. And this is also in the law that girls, usually the age of marriage is 18, but you can get married at 17 and even at 16 if the parents give good reasons for that, and then the law recognizes and indeed accept that marriage. So, of course, child early and forced marriage is not only a human rights violation, but it's a severe form of violence. It is a human rights violation for the reason, particularly the reason that these girls, mostly girls, but there are also boys, of course, who get married, who get involved in early marriages, is that they cannot develop their human potentialities at the fullest, and for that reason cannot really lead truly human lives. So it impedes, of course, the education of children and health and psychological and physical development, of course, and it restricts their freedom. And when we consider that girls get married sometimes at a really, really early age to men who are quite older than them, this also gives results in very, very severe physical and psychological impedance. And this is, in a sense, also viewing them as goods to be passed on rather than as truly human beings. So UN Convention on the Rights of Child describes the child as every human being below the age of 18 years, unless under the law applicable to the child majority is attained earlier. And as to the definitions of child marriage and forced marriage, child marriage refers to any marriage or informal union between a child under the age of 18 and an adult or another child. And forced marriage is a marriage in which one and or both parties have not personally expressed their full or free consent to the union. And we can say that the great majority of child marriages and early marriages are forced marriages, though it may appear that they have consent. There are more than 50 international instruments in the form of conventions, memorandum, recommendation, and action plan dealing directly or indirectly with the issue of child early and forced marriage in relation to rights and the struggle for rights. So if we look at the factors, there are, of course, economic factors, political factors, social factors, which include, of course, those social factors include cultural factors as well, not to mention legal factors leading to child early and forced marriage, and they are, of course, inextricably interlinked and reinforce one another. Of course, this is where especially systems thinking perspective vis-a-vis child early and forced marriages reveals its vital value, because these are all interlinked, and this is never a personal problem, as we know. These have to be addressed together, and the social policies and all the change of norms, they have to be worked and addressed together and interrelatedly. So if you look in an overview, we can say that the percentage in Turkey, according to UNICEF data, last year's UNICEF data, child early and forced marriage in Turkey is about 15%. So this occurrence, as I have said, this also affects boys, but of course, since the rate is about 6 times higher, we can say that it affects girls more than boys globally, and it also implicates that gender inequalities is the root cause of child early and forced marriages. And so we also have to mention the situation of Syrians migrating to Turkey after the war, which is around Turkey has the highest number of Syrian refugees in the world, with 3.6 million. and they are under temporary protection. So about half of them, just a little less than half of them, are women, and about almost all of them live in urban areas, and about 60% of them are under the age of 25. And we should also say that research indicates the average marriage of age of women Syrian refugees are between 13 and 20. So this also adds on, of course, to the existing problem in Turkey. So there are, as we look at the causes of child marriages, there is, of course, they are very much parallel to the increasing poverty and the situations that present themselves in emergencies, that in times of crisis, families which feel vulnerable, indeed give their children, mostly girls, to marriages in order to protect them, because in times of emergencies and crisis, of course, as we know, harassment and violence, both sexual and otherwise, increases. And also, this the pandemic made the situation worse, as the poverty has increased and the situation deteriorated and deepened with the forced displacement. And as we look at the causes and implications of child early and forced marriages, it is, of course, a violation of the child's basic human rights. It is, as we have said, global problem. Lack of education on the part of families seems to be a major cause for those marriages. It is an economic problem because as they give away their girls, then there is one or more mouths less to feed. It restricts, of course, children's opportunities, which I should mention that in Turkey, in general, there is a problem of education of girls, and illiteracy rate is way higher in girls than in women than in men. And of course, it also negatively affects their future in the labor force. It hinders, again, the physical, psychological, intellectual, and social development of children. And it causes health and especially reproductive health problems as they give birth. When they themselves are children, it puts at a higher risk the health of the mother as well as the child. And researchers show that the death in birth is much higher when the mother is a child. And it's a form of gender-based violence, of course. And it is also a women's trafficking problem, especially the research shows that in Turkey, after the situation of Syrian refugees, this has increased. And of course, it is one of the obstacles to sustainable development. So there are, of course, certain provisions in different laws and other legal binding texts, especially in the Constitution, but there is really no legal regulation for the prevention and combating of child early and forced marriages in Turkey. Nevertheless, of course, as Turkey is party to various international conventions, which in the Constitution makes the precautions or certain laws to be implemented necessary because they are parties to those conventions. There are some elements in the domestic law, but some remain only as recommendations. So we also have to mention that there is a quite strong, especially since the 1980s, there is a very strong women's movement in Turkey, and many non-governmental organizations and platforms work in the field of women. And the child early and forced marriages, this problem has been a top priority since the beginning for women's movement and women NGOs agendas. And they work alongside with UN specialized organizations such as UNICEF, UNFPD, UNHCR. And now I would like to mention particularly one association that is really good on quite recently, about 10 years or so, Association for Monitoring Gender Equality, they have done great work, especially as we observe, and we work with them. And as we observe, they use systems thinking perspective. And as the implementation, JADE, as the implementation partner of the United Nations Joint Program on the Prevention of Child Early and Forced Marriage project, since its establishment in 2021, striving towards an effective, systematic, and sustainable indicator-based monitoring regarding gender equality in Turkey from a systems thinking perspective, covering vast aspects of gender inequality. So the most remarkable, comprehensive, holistic, and systems thinking approach integrated one among the many ongoing efforts to combat CEFM as the projects carried out within the scope of the United Nations Joint Program for the Prevention of Child Early Forced Marriage and Forced Marriages in Turkey. So the intervention objectives of the second phase of the project are, changing social norms and attitudes towards gender equality. When we are talking about that, we also have to say that as most countries, Turkey also is party to CEDAW. And of course, this is one of the priorities, and there have been certain improvements in laws vis-a-vis that, improving the institutional capacity for the prevention and combating CFM, working closely with civil society and other partners to protect and advance the legislative and policy frameworks in line with international commitments, ensure that victims of violence have access to special services, though these are still quite, they are not yet sufficient, even near sufficient in Turkey. From the families facing multidimensional poverty, identifying girls and boys at risk of CFM, and improving their access to appropriate social services. And so among their activities, mapping and monitoring activities, one topic is, of course, gender equality in child early and forced marriages, while there are other topics as well. And this is in these areas that JADEs are doing their work, and they are also issuing reports, very good reports, which we hope to elaborate on in the paper. And as to the results, we have to say that there are many parallelisms between JADE's methodology and vulnerability mapping. And when we talk about vulnerability mapping, we mean a conceptual framework towards a context-based approach to women's empowerment as a method of overcoming limitations in enhancing mainstream women's empowerment by not only taking a holistic approach towards gender-related problems, but also being aware of women as being part of geographically, socially, culturally, politically, and economically distinct communities. And this is indeed very important. And there is also parallelisms, of course, with the concept of intersectionality, which is a main concept in gender studies and feminism. Although vulnerability assessment originates from applied sciences and yet extending to various disciplines, shares close ties with intersectionality. So intersectionality maintains that any situation, person, or research phenomenon can only be understood in terms of overlapping and intersecting social forces and contexts such as race, age, gender, sexuality, culture, income level, nationality, historical movements, so on and so forth, which also shows that it has very...
One more minute.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I'm closing actually, which has a great parallelism with the rationale of systems thinking perspective. Intersectionality on the individual's base means that all these factors and all these elements of the identity of the person actually intersects to make a, not only do they affect one another, but they make a qualitative change in the situation of the person. And systems thinking perspective takes a more broader view and talks about everything that affects, when we talk about gender equality and gender inequalities, the government, the health system, and the law system, everything that needs to work together in order to make improvements towards gender equality. Just before I close, I also would like to mention that gender equality is a word, unfortunately, is a concept, unfortunately, for the last 5-6 years, it has become to have very negative connotations. So with the rising conservatism in Turkey, gender equality is not really, we cannot use much the word gender equality, and it is more and more going towards actually a crooked understanding of gender justice, where both men's and women's natures, very essentialist concept, marks what they need to have, what they need to do, the norms that they need to conform to because of their biological, because of their sexes. So all these issues need to be addressed, and we will be working more on them. So it mostly compensates the problem of gender discrimination in Turkey, including the question of CEFM, is mostly compensated by NGOs, as I have said, and academic studies that strive to come up with sustainable solutions to the issues standing on the way of women's empowerment. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Julia. Finally, as the last presenter, we have Tanuja Prasad, founder, Apply Complexity LLC. Tanuja Prasad is an electrical engineer and an information technology professional. Her career covers software, financial, non-profit, and entrepreneurial sectors. Now, she is involved with the new scientific field called complexity science, applying it to regeneration in climate change and finance. Her belief is that some of the greatest problems our solutions have created are because they are missing the yin principle. Let me invite Tanuja, over to you.
Thank you, Ashwati, and thank you, Awesome Conference. I wanted to note that I'm here with my colleague, Lisa Conboy, and my co-author in the paper today. So let me share my screen. Great. So our hope today is by the time you have heard our 10-minute presentation, that you will have reached a different way of looking at females' role in the world, and also a different understanding of women's empowerment. So we have only 10 minutes, so I'm afraid I will go in broad strokes and quite fast. Please refer to our conference paper for much more extended details. This conference, you all are of course familiar with the idea of systems thinking, but we will be going into greater detail of the characteristics of a system. So we will also introduce the idea of the female half. We will introduce complexity science. We will talk about the medical models of Ayurveda, the Indian system of medicine, the medical model of Chinese medicine, and of biomedicine as well. We will give you a healing and treatment example from both Ayurveda and acupuncture. And finally, we will show you how complexity science can be a bridge between the traditional medicine systems and biomedicine, as well as become a progressive framework to move forward. So first, to talk about system science. So system science is a rejection of the reductionist past, where we thought of the world and certainly of the body as a machine without interconnections. Yeah, a mechanistic reductionist view of health and the universe. Introducing interconnections, we now call these systems as complex systems, and living systems are called complex adaptive systems. What's interesting, in order to live in an interconnected way, in order to exist in an interconnected way, a system needs to be able to express itself as autonomous, but also interconnect with other systems in an information sharing open way. And so these two apparently opposing tendencies are known as the male and female principles. So from Fritjof Capra, I have this table where the male and female principles can be seen, well, conventionally seen as in opposition, but they're actually polarities that are complementary and exist in pairs at all times. You cannot split the pairs. So we have reductionism and holism, linearity, non-linearity, competition, collaboration, qualitative, quantitative. So complexity science is the science of complex systems. In studying systems within their interconnected networks, within their interconnected webs, many new properties have come alive, have come to our attention. A system, as you can see in the diagram at the bottom, if you will draw your attention there, a system may have the circular form, its borders are porous, it is receiving and giving information constantly through its borders to other systems. It is subjected to both internal and external perturbation at all times. This perturbation is taken up by the system through a process of cognition. The cognitive output is to restructure the system itself. This process is called autopoiesis, but the restructuring can happen in two ways, where it is incremental, so small things are going on inside the system, and ultimately a big jump called a phase transition, where the system moves into a new qualitative state represented by that triangle over there. This kind of jumping, this kind of phase transition, also known as tipping points, is common. It is the normal way for complex adaptive systems to move. It is the normal dynamic. It is not a black swan. It is the normal dynamic of complex adaptive systems. So in this kind of a universe, defining and identifying causality becomes very difficult. We cannot say that the triangle became a triangle from the circle because of a single piece of perturbation or information. Yeah. So that's really important here, that the causality is multifactorial. The causality cannot be defined by a single incident, and the causality is inherently tied to the internal structure of a system. I know I'm throwing a lot of words at you, but these are relevant for our discussion. So we're going to now talk about models, and for this, I'm going to refer to my colleague, Lisa. Lisa, welcome. Lisa, you might be on mute. Can we ask the
Yeah,
IT
I asked. We're okay. I got it.
Yes.
This is Lisa Conboy. I'm a social epidemiologist from Harvard School of Public Health, and I also have training in sociology. I'm going to give you some data examples of what we've been talking about. But first, a little bit more about what we mean by models. A lot of the examples today have been very applied, and we're discussing at a different level than that. But a model is really a set of underlying assumptions, structures, and philosophies that guide the choices that are made in any system. Really here to represent something that we're trying to understand, a way to help us answer questions, think about new questions. Models have boundaries of applicability beyond which they should not be applied. They change and can be rejected based on their usefulness, adapt over time. Models can learn from each other and can grow or be rejected. They also provide a framework to move forward, and we create based on our models. The models give us parameters that we work within. Next slide, please. So the two medical models that we're going to give examples from today, just really at a very high level, there's so much to learn about these systems. But in general, Ayurveda and Chinese medicine, Ayurveda is the medical system, traditional medical system of India. Chinese medicine started in China, but it has it has reached most areas of the world. Those models have these ideas that are different from biomedicine. First off, the medicine does not heal, the body heals itself. The medicine is a perturbation. The medicine is a little bit of information that the complex system that is the person, the human, can then take in, and the body heals itself. Treatment is designed to support and encourage the body's own healing processes. Their iterative treatment process is often used to allow for restructuring. A little bit of information is given, a little bit of treatment, and then the body responds. A little bit of treatment, the body responds. Use of complex indicators that represent emergent properties. Aim for phase transitions, those tipping points that Tanuja was talking about. And disease and healing are both processes. They're both normal processes that are part of the life system. Whereas biomedicine, in contrast, a newer system, the body is made up of parts. The interconnection between the parts are not recognized or removed, and that's reductionism. The medicine itself does the healing, the actual drug, the actual procedure does the healing, not the body necessarily. There's a search for a root cause, a primary cause, main effect. And there's a separation or ignoring of context. You can see this with the placebo effect is a really good example that we have a control group in randomized controlled trials that hold the place for all that context because it's not important. A deep analysis of mechanisms is a goal, both cellular biology, microbiology, that reductionism, find out what the parts are doing. And that the mind and body are separate, and spirituality isn't even talked about. Next slide, please. So both of these examples are published and the full citations are in our paper. So if you want to learn more, I feel there's a lot to talk about in these, but I want to give some good examples. So this is an Ayurvedic treatment program that took place in the United States. Traditionally, the programs are longer than this, but this program is a week. Patients come and they come to an on-site program. They have diet, nutrition, massage, different procedures. It's seen as a cleansing technique to help with transitions. It's traditionally used for. There's a process of prep that the patients will do diet and lifestyle changes for a few days before the on-site treatment. And then the way we set up this trial is in order to see the effects of the body restructuring, we also had a 3-month post-treatment follow-up. So we asked different psychosocial items at the beginning of the on-site treatment, at the end of that week, and then 3 months later. And I know time is important here. So for example, if you look at the last item here, stress, we found that stress was actually increased significantly, that 7.56 post-treatment. But then once the person, if you go to the right, once the person got back home to their context, that stress—
Sorry, just 1 more minute.
Oh, that stress diminished. So you can see if we didn't have that baseline to 3-month post-treatment difference, we wouldn't have been able to see that. Tanuja, why don't we skip the next one and just go yeah, that's too bad because that one's a good one too. So the boundaries of the biomedical model. The biomedical model is based on mechanistic, machine-like, and reductionistic principles. So there's no need for those interconnections. There's a focus on the intervention while ignoring the context. The intervention is seen as healing and the mind and body are separate. I'm going to go a little more quickly. Resulting in the ignoring of women's experiences of conditions are seen throughout biomedical research. But yet biomedicine is very effective in conditions where interconnections are diminished, such as acute and trauma conditions. Why don't we go to the next one, just so we can get our good conclusions. So we propose that complexity science is the ideal bridge between Eastern and medical systems and biomedicine, and offer the basis for co-learning and progression of both. Medical models with attenuated female principles, those interconnections, the allowance for restructuring are examples, create a real felt experience for women of alienation, discomfort, coercion, misunderstanding, and increased stress. And assuming a male normal women's experiences of conditions are ignored even in biomedical research. So our future work is really analysis of areas in which the reductionist paradigm dominates clinical diagnostic processes. Also important to look at how clinicians make their decisions, patient care frameworks, pain management, chronic diseases, those areas that interconnections are very important, as well as placebo effect and self-healing. If we go to the next slide, there's our group website, and we really welcome any and all discussion in this area. Tuna, did you have any final comments?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point to everyone in this conference that I hope we have shown how the female principle is an essential and inalienable part of the universe, and that is a woman's place in the universe. We are a complementary force, a complementary place, inalienable, cannot be removed. Any removal of the female principle is artificial and a denial of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanisha. After the wonderful papers that we listened to, let me invite our three discussants to the session. Welcome, Professor Maria Laura Corradi, Dr. Praveen Patkar, Professor Krishnashree Achyutan. It will be our joy to listen to each of you for 5 minutes on your comprehensive views about the session. You will receive a notification at the end of 5 minutes so that we have a smooth flow. Inviting our first discussant, Professor Maria Laura Corradi, University of Calabria, a social scientist in the domain of health environment and gender activist. She has authored about 15 books and 93 essays. She has given the seminars and lectures in marginal sites such as refugee camps and low-income communities, as well as universities. Her methodological approach is qualitative, intersectional, and decolonial. She is an internationally celebrated ecofeminist and anti-racism activist. She is currently a professor and researcher at the University of Calabria, teaching gender studies and intersectional methodology over the past 20 years. Over to you, Professor Laura Corradi.
And Kashvati, Bhavani, and everybody who have been working to this really awesome conference, and everybody who have been participating and giving contributions. I really enjoyed very much all papers presented. Also yesterday papers with great findings, such as the daughter is more encouraged than the wife by the husband to take political commitments. And that was really a great point. I had to run away from home when I was 16 to go to get a job and pay for my college. So I know that it's more difficult when you have some roles. I will get into the discussion of the papers. The first paper on sexual harassment, I enjoyed very much the perspective on prevention. Often in these topics, we tend to get into lamenting and bringing more data, etc. But if we want to solve the problem, every research project on the topic of gender-based sexual violence or molestation need to be looking also at prevention. From the data that emerge, we need to make sense on practical prevention, what to do in that community. So thanks to Maria, and I would just suggest the listening circle is great, but to collect data, focus group, which are more structured, can be better and less criticable by our opponents, since they are there. The second paper Cyril, on interpersonal trust among women. This is a great topic that we should, in the feminist and gender activist arena, take more into consideration. I want to point out also the book by Miki Agarwal, Disrupt Her. Disrupt Her is about hatred and self-hatred among women. And that book really makes a difference for women to overcome obstacles in communication and internalized oppression, as Angela Davis called it. The third paper data are impressive, and I want to thank Julia Simge, or Simj, for mentioning intersectionality, which is the topic I have been teaching in the last 25 years, and not often is taken into account. I would propose a conceptual distinction that can be useful when dealing with communities where early marriage is considered to be normal. I worked in the gypsy communities, especially, which have a tradition of early marriage, but I realized to use the word tradition can be really counterproductive, because it's not tradition, actually it's patriarchy. So we need to divaricate the concept of tradition, which is usually good, and the concept of patriarchy, and make a disruption of that, not of tradition. Otherwise, we'll find much more resistance to talk about these topics. Same, divarication of distinction of concept between forced marriage and combined marriage. Combined marriage is not always forced. So same for child and adolescent. So last paper, it's wonderful. I must say it's the one I enjoyed more. I just regret we don't have enough time to really discuss it, but everything you said is true also in social sciences. Causality of change is due to many elements, and the female principle as you propose it is the same that we are conceptualizing in social sciences in our research. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Professor. Now let me invite Dr. Praveen Patkar. Dr. Praveen Patkar is an Indian academic and human rights activist, co-founder, director, Prerna, globally recognized CSO working against human trafficking and for child protection, accredited with several globally path-breaking interventions. He is a retired faculty, Data Institute of Social Sciences, ex-adjunct professor, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, expert for South Asian Initiative to End Violence Against Children, expert in National Commission for Women India, author of several interdisciplinary research studies, books, articles, and papers. He's running field projects in anti-trafficking field for more than 40 years. These are just some of his accomplishments. Welcome, Dr. Praveen Patkar. Over to you.
Thank you, Aswati. Thank you, Bhavani ji, and thank you, Amrita University, for giving me this opportunity to benefit from listening to such wonderful papers. And it's a very thought-stimulating activity. And I feel people have done a lot of work in presenting their ideas, and it will be very unfair to comment upon them in a 5 minutes time or even 50 minutes time. It definitely requires much more time and serious approach to that. So let me try my best. The first one was, of course, Prerna Barua's work with asylum seekers and migrant workers. And the model that she has introduced and she has used in her analysis is also very interesting, that speaks about certain elements like co-initiating, co-sensing, co-presencing, co-creating, and co-evolving. It definitely brings out certain facts that should give us some kind of a guideline in terms of where should we be moving from here. And from that point of view, doing some kind of a gap analysis and need analysis, need assessment, in the asylum seekers and migrant workers and their propensity or their extra special vulnerability to sexual offenses needs to be first studied very well. The suggestions that she has made are also very interesting, and they are of strengthening social security protections, sensitization and awareness, information sessions, bystanders intervention training, and unionizing and collectivizing. What I did not actually feel convinced was about the non-judicial intervention, leaving aside judicial intervention, but in her presentation, she has explained that part also very well. So we have to give a lot of importance to the judicial mechanisms and judicial interventions also. For the simple reason, I realize that when we look at POCSO here in India, or Juvenile Justice Act, or IPC amendments of 2013, yes, you realize that there is so much that has happened when it comes to children. In the, there has been from 1986, there has been so much of revision of the Juvenile Justice Act, so much of revision of POCSO, having enacted it in 2012, it has already undergone 3 major amendments. And how is it that so many things have happened in which ultimately place the responsibility on the state? And when it comes to women, when it comes to even section 375 IPC, 376 IPC, dealing with rape, there is very little that is happening. And whatever has happened in the 2013 modifications or amendments is essentially a reflection of what has happened in the Juvenile Justice Act and the POCSO Act, and not an independent thing. So it should make us think as to why is it that the laws and the state responses when it comes to the sexual and gender-based violence against women is so slow, and why there has been so much of there are so many elements which we need to integrate and understand in terms of POCSO, for example, the idea of victim witness protection, the provision of support persons, the mandatory reporting element, compensation under the Act as well as under the Code of Criminal Procedure. Now, all these things have happened in the case for children. Why have they not happened in the case of women? Why is it so? The criminal injuries compensation has been declared by most states under the Supreme Court's order in a Kishan Jadhav versus Union of India case. And still you realize that it is not really being made available for adult women, but it is maybe available for girl children. So some of these things should make us think, and maybe the papers should throw more light on that. She has also mentioned something about violence, counter violence. I would suggest that instead of counter violence, we can even call it as self-defense, because it is true that it's a major part of training of children and women, especially to protect themselves against sexual offenses and sexual assaults, that to be able to understand that it is coming close and to run away from that place, to scream or to do something whereby you can immediately get out of that situation. Now that thing is essentially not violence, because violence, when we say, we have some kind of a negativity attached to that. So, but yes, there is some kind of a need for self-defense, and that also comes out of that paper very well. As regards
1 more minute, sorry.
Yeah, as regards the other papers, I realize that there is there is a need for intersectoral analysis, and something that I find missing in all of these papers, also dealing with India, is essentially the stranglehold, the suffocating stranglehold of the very rigid kind of a social hierarchical system of caste system. And I don't see that happening anywhere. The maximum victims of sexual violence in the public, the maximum victims of any other kind of deprivation belong to the lowest caste, outcaste, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and people who do not belong to the caste system. They are on the periphery or extra peripheral groups. And that is a very dominant reality when it comes to analyzing anything related to India. And we cannot keep that aside. And somewhere I realize that it is not featuring at all. So I will not comment on Tanuja's presentation here, because it's a very powerful essay, and that really requires to be explained in far more details to be able to be accepted by the academic community and the social science community. But it is a very strong seminal essay, which is something can be called as a free theory. But I'm not very confident about whether I have understood each of those concepts, and until and unless I understood that, I will not comment on that. But I go back to this whole idea of Simga's presentation was also very interesting, and that is essentially the need for intersectoral analysis and for systemic thinking, something that is innate to Indian thinking, and that is something not for alien, or that is not something that is being grafted on our thinking. If you see the analysis of social analysis, it has never been done in individual terms. It was always done in social terms. It was always done in systemic terms, and with intersectoral analysis. So it should not be very difficult for us to adopt this a very bold and very comprehensive move towards intersectoral analysis. And when it comes to sexual violence, yes, we have to understand that an overwhelming majority of women victims of shadow entertainment, vulgar entertainment, whether dance bars, record dance, orchestra, or your sex trade or organized, localized or organized prostitution, they all belong to scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, ex-criminal tribes, called ex-criminal, but they should be called ex-criminalized tribes, the denotified tribes. Why is it so? Over 90% of them belong to only
sir,
these
I
kinds
think
of
we
categories.
are over the time.
I stop here. I stop here.
Yeah. Maybe, sir, we can use the chat box where you can type in the feedback if it is okay for you. If anybody is interested, they can discuss it there also. If that is fine. Okay, so let me move on to the last discussion that we have. Professor Krishnashree Achudan, Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita University, Head of the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks, Head of Amrita Technology Business Incubator, Amrita TBI. She received the PhD degree from Clarkson University. She holds 33 US patents and has published over 50 publications in journals and conferences. She has played an active role in several strategic initiatives for the Government of India and served as the principal investigator. Her research includes cybersecurity and governance, mathematical modeling of systems, cybersecurity policy, the IoT security, public safety innovation, and educational technologies and entrepreneurship. Inviting you to take over the session, ma'am.
Thank you, Ashwati. I'd like to thank Dr. Bhavani Rao, the director of Amici Labs and Dean of the Social Sciences programs at Amrita, for this wonderful opportunity. I totally enjoyed participating in this session, and I'm just contributing my thoughts and ideas as a beginner myself, quite inspired by this topic. I understand that that women, at least 1 in 3 women, are subjected to physical and sexual abuse. And this is a very, very alarming number if you really look at the fact that women play such an important and contributing roles to the development of our society. I thank you all for a very constructive and illuminating session, discussions today. Just touching on some of the presenters, facts that they actually brought up, saying, it has been very difficult for people to really report, for example, sexual violence, etc. So why is that? I mean, the answer is clear. It is hard for women to talk about what they've gone through over and over again. So as a systems innovations approach, can we look at technologies to be able to support women, to be able to document proof of what they undergo so that it's much easier for them to actually report. In fact, less than 40% of women who experience violence actually seek any kind of support. Can we really, increase that number significantly through technology interventions? Also, can we really have social interventions to look at stigmas that prevent both the disclosure of abuse and those at risk of offending from seeking help? Here also, technology can play a very, very significant role. Now, the other part of the talks that, that really brought up the fact that the vulnerability of women really dealt with the fact that, the women are forced to work in environments around men or under men that reduces their safety net significantly. Now, can we really support change of attitudes towards women? This is, I think, fundamentally important, and I guess value-based education and other interventions at a very young age is a proven and promising approach that could be globally adopted. The second is really one of the systems innovation way of thinking about this whole thing is really supporting women so that they can actually avoid being dependent and pursue the process of really entrepreneurship. And it has increasingly been viewed as fueling innovation, sustainable growth, and really societal empowerment. And I believe that is what Amrita has been doing, really providing and taking those directions to really empowerment of women through societal and social entrepreneurship. The third aspect was definitely, I think, the fact that much of the developed economies, or you can see a big bias, a gender bias in low and middle income countries where such violence is much higher. So, reciprocally, we can also see that governments must increase the investment in law enforcement. We do need to actually use law enforcement, and it's becoming more and more imminent to really enforce, the perpetrators, not just provide support for women, but there has to be a stronger force trying to stop this from happening day in and day out. So looking at, say, national digital policing abilities, or having sophisticated cross-border offenders, tracking, etc. Can that be also pursued? I think one aspect that is growing is also online. So physical abuse is one, but something that is really creeping up and growing is definitely online abuse that has really no need for any physical proximity. And so definitely the time for, I guess, verbal platitudes or just mere acknowledgement is definitely over. And I agree that the need for the art is truly systems innovation, a way to model. I was very inspired by the last paper that really looked at the medical models. So I really felt like a model, a way to do this would be to model coordination of, say, financial, social, and cultural network dimensions with the aim to arrive at optimal approaches for women to offset the incapacities in environments, say, similar to the pandemic that really aggravated their situation. To effectively adapt to them would be one good approach to systems innovation. And I wonder if the complex adaptive systems can be used to cause-based transition on the victimizers as well. That's just a question. So those are my concluding remarks on this whole topic.
Thank you, Professor Srinivasan. With that, we are coming to the end of the presentation session. Thank you to the presenters and the discussants. Let me take a moment to request all the speakers and listeners to stay till the end of the session. After a break, during the next part of the session, we will listen to yet another rich keynote session. We will listen to the reflections, intentions, and takeaway from the last 3 days of the interactions. So please do stay till the whole session ends. Do not miss any of these. Today, we were fortunate to listen to 3 wonderful keynote sessions, followed by the paper presentations facilitated by our discussants. After that informative, insightful, and thought-provoking session, we are in for a break to relax and revive our energy and focus. Most of us who have attended the conference in the last 2 days will be already aware about how we do this. But let me give a quick introduction for the new attendees. In keeping with the systems thinking theme, we have scheduled a 20 minutes mindfulness meditation session to the awesome conference agenda. We know that when dealing with the complexity, system thinking asks us to see the whole and all of its part, and whatever we see is colored by our mental models. In the world of systems thinking, one of the higher level leverage points of transforming a system is the structure of information flow. Who does and does not have access to information? If we think of ourselves as a system with interconnecting aspects of body, brain, and mind, our thoughts, beliefs, and emotions, and our awareness of them, our ownership of them, is perhaps the most powerful leverage points we could have. To the extent that we are able to tune into our thoughts, be fully aware of the present moment, and regard it with openness and curiosity, underpins our ability to use the leverage points to produce big changes. With this in mind, we would like to take you through a short guided mindfulness meditation session with Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya. Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya is a monastic from the Mata Amritantamai Mutt. Before becoming a monk, he worked in various senior roles within the software companies in India, the US, and Canada. He was greatly inspired by the selfless example of his teacher, Amma. Her compassionate love, practical teachings, and the great amount of humanitarian work inspired him to dedicate his life towards a noble mission of service and love. He has conducted many yoga and meditation sessions in global forums for over 18 years. Let me invite Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya to please take over the session.
Thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ashwati. Thanks for that nice introduction. I was told I have 25 minutes because I don't want to go overboard. So I'm sticking with that. That's how I have prepared. So hope that is fine. Let me begin with a prayer. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Lead us from untruth to truth. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. My humble salutations to all of you. Once again, happy to be here at this awesome conference and among the awesome people. I don't know how many of you did the homework I gave you in last 2 days. Did any of you do the homework I gave you yesterday, which was to be very aware of each bite that you eat while you are on the dinner table? If maybe one of you can raise your hand and we can unmute you, and then would like to hear from you. In case nobody has done that, that's also fine. All right. Doesn't look like anybody did it, or maybe people are too shy to come forward and say something, because I know I can see Laura nodding her head. So I'm sure people are feeling a little shy because, all of a session, amongst a very, very academic kind of a session, you have this weird mindfulness and meditation thing. So I can understand, that's fine. But I would really recommend you do it on your dinner table tonight at least. And you will see when you start eating each bite with awareness, not only will you really appreciate the taste of your food better, but you will also feel completely satisfied by eating very less. So I hear from Dr. Bhavani in her message that it fits with the theme of conference. That's yes, that it does fit with the theme of conference, and I hope it will help everyone, at least to some extent. So let's begin by relaxing ourselves, and I've got an audio as usual. I want all of you to just listen to that audio by closing your eyes. But what is important is when you listen to this audio, you go back in time, use the power of your imagination. Go back in time, all of you can do that, and imagine that you are a 3-year-old child when you listen to this, okay? And you are the one making this sound. It's not an audio that you are listening, you are making this sound. So close your eyes, go back in time and enjoy this audio for a moment, and feel free to laugh, smile, whatever you want to do. All right. So I hope that made you smile, at least to some extent. It's good to see people smiling once in a while. So that's why I sometimes do this. But it also helps you to build your power of imagination, because power of imagination is really, really very, very powerful if you can harness it in the right way. Okay, now yesterday we did one mindfulness practice to break a pattern. You remember we did thumbs and victory, victory and thumbs, thumbs and victory, all of you remember. I don't know how many of you were able to do it, but I hope most of you probably were able to do it. Maybe not when it was going fast, but otherwise I think most of you did it when it was slow. So today we will try something similar, okay? So take your right hand and use your index finger. Take your right hand, use your index finger and point your index finger to the left side. Can all of you do that? Okay, now take your left hand and use your thumb to point towards the right? Okay, now turn both of your hands at 90 degree so that index finger is towards me, towards the screen, and the thumb is towards you, right? So index finger is towards me, thumb is towards you, right? So now reverse it. Right hand thumb towards you and left hand index finger towards me, the screen. Okay, then again, you and me, reverse, and me and you. You 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 and me. I can see some of you doing like this. I didn't mean to do it that way. Don't go with your index finger only, okay? Once more, you and me and you. 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 There's one more interesting exercise which Amma sometimes asks us to do, is to go like this with both arms in the forward direction, which is very easy. Both are going forward, right? Now go backward with both arms. That is also easy. Now what is difficult is when with the right you are going forward and with the left you're going backward. So it will be like something like this. I don't know how clearly you can see because of the screen. Your right hand is going forward and left is going backward, right? It is also very interesting exercise. And when you do it, you see how your muscle memory and brain memory, everything comes into picture. And when you practice it, you can definitely master it. But these are also some of the mindful practices, which are very interesting to do once in a while, kind of relaxes you also. Good. So I want to say one thing, and then we will do today's meditation practice, which is very, very important and very powerful. See, mastering the mind means two things broadly. One is training the mind. This is where mindfulness helps. And then second is transcending the mind. That is where meditation helps. Now, meditation also comes in different flavors, right? There is a beginner level meditation, there is an intermediate level meditation, and then there is a very, very high level meditation for those who are really experienced, right? So today we will do a beginner level meditation, and this is a meditation which Amma has been teaching, and it's called Ma Om meditation, right? So I'm going to play this audio now, which has the whole meditation instructions. It's my voice, but I also wanted to participate, so I did not want to say while I'm doing it. So let us all together participate in this meditation. I'm sure you will enjoy this meditation. So kindly close your eyes, relax yourself completely, and I'm going to play the meditation now. Let us all take part in this. We will now begin with Ma Om meditation. Please close your eyes. Keep both of your hands on top of your knees. Relax yourself completely. Take a deep breath. Hold the breath for a few seconds and then slowly exhale. Again, take a deep breath. Hold your breath for a few seconds and then slowly exhale. Feel each and every part of your body relaxing. Now, we will chant the divine syllable Om 3 times. When you chant this divine syllable, feel the vibrations of this divine syllable in each and every cell of your body. Take a deep breath, and when you exhale, we will together chant Om. So let us take a deep breath. Please chant loudly so that you can hear your own chant. Once again, take a deep breath. One more last time. Take a deep breath. Feel each and every atom of your body dancing in divine bliss. Feel the vibrations of that divine syllable in each and every cell of your body. As if each and every cell of your body is sparkling with a golden colored light. Feel that golden light spreading in your entire body, starting from your feet, legs, waist, chest, shoulders, head, face. Be completely relaxed. Bring your attention to your breath. Be aware as you breathe in. Be aware as you breathe out. Not even one breath should escape your awareness. Feel the sensations as you breathe in. Feel the sensations as you breathe out. When you breathe in, feel the air touching your nostrils, then your throat, and finally entering into your lungs. Similarly, when you breathe out, feel your breath coming out of your lungs, touching your throat, and then coming out through your nose, feeling that touch in your nostrils. Continue in this manner for some time while being completely aware of the movement of your breath as it goes in through the nostril, throat, lungs, and when it comes out from the lungs, throat, and then the nostrils. Let not even a single breath escape your awareness. Now, as you breathe in, mentally intone the sound Ma. And as you breathe out, mentally intone the sound Please remember, you have to mentally intone these sounds and not really make a sound that anybody can hear. So it has to be done mentally. Ma means divine love. Om means divine light. So when you breathe in and mentally intone the sound Ma, you feel as if you are inhaling the divine love. And when you breathe out, as you intone the sound Om, you feel the divine light emerging from you and spreading all around you. So when you breathe in, mentally intone the sound Ma. And when you breathe out, mentally intone the sound Continue this cycle of Ma and Om as you breathe in and breathe out. Be aware of each and every breath, while at the same time mentally intone the sounds Ma and Om. Ma. Now, slowly let go of the sounds Ma and Om and just feel those vibrations as you breathe in and breathe out. Feel the divine love in your heart. Feel the divine love in your heart. Feel the divine love in your heart. Visualize this love emanating from you and spreading all around you. Visualize this love reaching out to all the beings, all the things in this creation. Mountains, rivers, birds, animals, humans, plants, oceans. Feel this divine love emanating from you, reaching to all the corners of this world. Feel this divine love emanating from you, reaching to each and every corner of this world. Visualize as if all the living beings are dancing in joy and bliss after having received this divine love from you. Feel your oneness with the entire creation. Let all the differences melt away. There is only divine love and divine light. Before we end this meditation, let us pray that may all the beings in this creation be happy and peaceful. Keep your eyes closed and we will chant Lokaha Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu 3 times, which means that may all the beings in this creation be happy and peaceful. Om Lokaha Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Lokaha Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Lokaha Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namah. Hari Om. Keep your eyes closed. Rub your hands gently. Feel the positive vibration in your palms. Rub them for a while slowly. And then gently place your palms on your face. Rub your face slightly gently. Your head, your neck, your shoulders, your arms, chest, abdomen, your legs. Feel those positive vibrations in your entire body, which keep you happy, peaceful, and also protect you from the negative vibrations. Now you can gently open your eyes. Hope today's meditation session was useful. Once again, as I end this session today, I hope these 3 days of mindfulness and meditation sessions have helped you smile, relax, and learn something new. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And if possible, do kindly leave me a feedback. You can either leave it with the organizers, or I will also share my email address on the chat right after this session. Please feel free to email me. I really value the feedback. So it will be really nice if you can write to me. Good luck for the rest of the sessions and my prayers and best wishes for all of you. Namaskaram.
Yes.
Systems innovation is about changing whole systems, rather than just changing parts. The way we do a lot of things around here doesn't seem to be working so well. How we do food, finance, healthcare has become unsustainable in many ways. We need to do things differently. We need to innovate. But not just innovate in parts, a new electric car, a new app or solar panel. We need to innovate in whole systems, new energy systems, educational systems, transport systems. Clearly, this isn't easy. It takes a new way of thinking and modeling, called systems thinking. But it also takes new ways of organizing through networks. By combining new models and insights from systems and complexity science and new ways of organizing through information technology, we today have a unique and extraordinary capacity to actually change whole systems. We call this systems innovation, innovating not just in parts, but whole systems. Luckily, we are not the only ones thinking like this. That is why we are building an open platform for connecting system thinkers and system doers around the world. From economists and ecologists to designers and developers, we are building a collaborative platform, an ecosystem to fuel the next generation of systems-level innovation across industries. We hope you will join us.
Okay. Good day. I think I'm taking it over from here. Very privileged to do this again like yesterday after Moksham's Vita meditation session. I feel very relaxed after the exercise. So we've come to our last workshop actually, after 2.5, almost 3 fantastic days. And I have the pleasure of proposing a workshop together with one of our co-organizers, SI Mumbai Hub, for which we are very grateful. And I would like to also especially thank Maya Narayan for her coordination and support to making this workshop happen. Particularly in this workshop, SI Mumbai Hub will be co-facilitating this workshop with a social impact organization, Srinivasan Service Trust, or SST, looking at why women empowerment is a systemic issue, as we have seen it over the last few days, and how it can be tackled using a systems innovation approach. Allow me a few words on the organizations and the speakers that will join us for this session this afternoon. First of all, SI Mumbai is the local city chapter of the SI network that is a community for systemic change and innovation. They work to empower a diversity of individuals and organizations and learning and applying systems innovation ideas by thinking in systems and understanding complexity to better manage and design complex systems towards realizing sustainable outcomes. Very pleased to welcome Joss Chollister, who is the founder of SI Global Networks and also currently leads the SI London Hub. Thanks for joining, Joss. Great to see you. He is interested in new ways of doing things that combine new ways of thinking from system thinking and new ways of organizing through collaborative networks towards making systems level innovation happen. Very curious to learn more. Again, like yesterday, a very short bio, probably often showing a long path to come this way. Joss will be accompanied by his team members, Ansul Agrawal and Maya Narayan, which I already thanked, who are partners and representatives of the SI Mumbai Hub. Next, I would like to briefly introduce Srinivasan Service Trust, or SST, which is the social arm of TVS Motor Company, and Sundaram Clayton. SST works with communities and governments to empower India's rural poor through awareness, skills, and training programs in areas ranging from economic development, infrastructure, to healthcare and education. Very impressive. Very pleased and honored to welcome Swaran Singh, chairman of SST, He is a retired TN government as Principal Secretary and Commissioner for Industries and Commerce. He has more than 3 decades of experience in the Tamil Nadu government and has held significant portfolios in the state. Very honored, very pleased to welcome you. Thanks for joining. Mr. Swaran Singh will be accompanied by Rajaram B and a few other members of his team. Rajaram B is Vice President, TVS Motor Company, and he has been with TVS for more than 17 years now. He has been working in TVS Motor Companies in various roles and is associated with Srinivasan Service Trust for the last 3 years. Welcome and so much. Thank you so much for joining. Overall, the workshop flow will be as follows. We have first 15 minutes.
Can I take over from your because the workshop flow, I mean, the first 15 minutes will be JAWS, and then we will probably not follow the same timeline. So I will take over from here if that's okay.
Okay, as you wish, please.
Thank you so much.
Maya, thank you. Thank you for stepping in right at the right moment. The floor is yours. I leave it to you.
Thank you for all the introductions. You've made my job easy. Hi, JAWS. Namaste, Mr. Swaran Singh. And we are here on the final day of this truly awesome conference. And JAWS, we're all, everybody at Amrita University and Amachi Labs. And of course, we are waiting to hear from you. So if you could get started on, you know, a little about the SI network and then what we have done so far in SI Mumbai, and also why we thought this is an important issue to apply the systems innovation approach to.
For sure, for sure. Great to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. And great to get a chance to talk on this topic. It looks great what's already been happening. I've been seeing so much on social media, on Twitter. You've been sharing a lot, and great to be part of this conversation. I don't know if you want to put up slides, Maya, or do you just want me to talk? Or
Maya, you're muted. Maya.
Yeah, if you could just start, then I'll probably.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So great, yeah. So I'm Joss. I'm here in London. I, as mentioned, set up systems innovation about 7 years ago. My background's kind of more in design, but I came across complexity theory about 10 years ago, and spent a long time studying those ideas and kind of delving into that world, or just being absorbed in that world of systems thinking, complexity, and realizing how important these ideas are for us to better manage and design the kind of systems we deal with these days. And I discovered it in a very technical realm, but I saw how this has relevance for a lot of people who are kind of non-technical designers, managers, policymakers, whoever they may be. So I actually set up systems innovation, as I said, about 7 years ago, as a vehicle for trying to take those ideas and communicate them to a wide audience in a non-technical way, in a way that they could take them and they could really take those ideas and help them understand what they're doing in a more holistic way, particularly in response to, I'm sure you've talked about a lot, complexity, right? How we kind of understand complex systems and find better ways to kind of work with them. So that was the initial motivation. I spent the next 5 years or so, 4 or 5 years, producing video courses to teach people about that. And that's been quite successful, I think. They're watched by a lot of people. More recently, we started the journey of becoming a community and really thinking of ourselves a community platform for helping people on their journey into this new world, I'd say, of systems thinking and systems change. And that's quite a diverse, broad audience around the world. Definitely in Europe and North America, but quite a bit in India. We found a lot of interest actually in India. We now have 2 hubs in Mumbai as well, in India, as we see here, Mumbai, and we just started Bangalore more recently. Both going well. So this is what the hub, I mean, about 2 years ago, as an extension of our community, we started setting up local hubs, actually the Mumbai and Mayan and Shul were right at the beginning of that journey. We started about 8 or 9 at the beginning. And it's been quite an experience, quite a roller coaster. There's actually a few more than you see here now. There's about 20 of them. So it's been quite a fast-paced journey setting up this network and figuring out how hubs work and making all the mistakes, as you can imagine, along the way. But I think we're really starting to build something quite interesting in terms of this global network and kind of getting coordination across those hubs, also getting them working together on kind of big, broader challenges. So yeah, this is a little bit what it looks like in terms of numbers. Quite a few social media followers, and then yeah, there's about 20 hubs at this stage actually, and the videos are watched. Yes, quite a bit, 140,000 times a month, and so on. Yeah. So the Mumbai hub, yeah. Well, this is more talking about the overall platform. We're e-learning and collaborative platform. So it's a lot about, yeah, teaching people these ideas, but then more than that, how do we actually enable people to take them and come together and kind of make those changes that we need to make in systems we form part of. So it's a lot about collaboration, as we just mentioned there, a collaborative platform. How do you bring people together in the right ways? A hub is one version of that. A conference is one like this is one version of that also. So yeah, learning, connecting, creating is generally what we're doing. Yeah, do you want to say a couple of words about this, Maya? I mean, this is your journey, isn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, we have since the official launch, we've completed a year, and then yeah, we did most of our sessions somehow have been around education and higher education in India. So we also used a couple of tools and frameworks, especially the 3 horizons model and the 2 loops model. We had a panel discussion of esteemed guests on higher education, and they were right from people who led NGO space, but also people who worked with the corporates in providing job opportunities, the whole spectrum, somebody who looked into skilling and development of undergraduates and all of that. That was pretty, quite an interesting session. And then this, of course, has been the biggest in terms of scale, where we are actually collaborating with an international university. This is a lot of learning and a lot of takeaways. And after this, again, we are going to be collaborating. So we've done one collaboration with London Hub, Joss's team and us here. And right after this conference, we are set out to collaborate with the SI Singapore Hub, where we're looking at migration from a systems innovation approach. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of buzz, a lot of new people getting onto our network, and can't wait as the journey continues. Thank you. Yeah. So this.
Yeah. Did you want me?
Yeah. So these are our social media handles for people who want to connect with us. Yeah. And then we also have a network. I'll just post the link in a bit, but these are some testimonials of members who are part of the SI Mumbai network. So yeah, with that, this is a brief introduction, but Joss, if you want to briefly talk about women's empowerment and what do you think of it?
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
Yeah. Why systems thinking? Why systems innovation for this challenge? Actually, we have Tanuja here, who actually this is I believe you've heard from her in this conference. I had a call with her a couple of years ago, and she was the first one to kind of. This is not a topic that comes naturally to me. Maya pointed that out to me a couple of weeks ago, but it's one that comes naturally to Tanuja. We had a call a couple of years ago, and she started to kind of educate me a little bit on this one. And I think the initial thing there was just about getting away from a kind of superficial understanding of this, just in terms of kind of numbers. I have to. Well, one of the ways I initially got presented with it was on constructing panels. And quite often turning out there's 4 men there, and then people say to me, "Just you can't have 4 guys in your panel," and that was my initial kind of introduction to the whole thing. But I think, as Tanuja was saying, it's not just about numbers and whether you have 4 guys and 4 girls on your panel. It's about underneath that, what is the actual kind of energy that's being brought into and the influences that are in the system, should we say, right? It's not just about those numbers. It's actually about what's the dynamic, what's the underlying dynamic in the system, you know? Is it a very kind of masculine orientated mentality and energy and so forth, or is there a feminine one, right? And some guys are quite feminine, some women are quite masculine and so forth. So we need to kind of take, but, you know, I guess go down the iceberg a little bit and kind of see what's underneath, what's really happening underneath. So that was the initial thing. But then if you think about it, kind of getting to the systems innovation stuff, it's obviously a very pervasive aspect of our lives and society and so forth. I think we're discovering that now as we become more aware of it, that it's actually kind of gender and gender inequalities and bias and so forth are kind of built into almost every aspect of our world and how we've constructed it. And it's not a new thing, right? This has been with us for many thousands of years. I think things are changing quite substantially at the moment, and we're really becoming aware of it. But that's inevitably going to require a very kind of holistic view of this, right? It's so kind of systemic in every kind of aspect of our lives. One aspect's really not going to help us. We're really going to have to look at it in a holistic way. If we really want to make changes, and if we want to make big changes, kind of transformational changes, you know, and actually get the outcomes that we want, focusing on one aspect, quite often, you know, we end up with a silver bullet kind of approach, and that's not sustainable. It doesn't actually get us to where we want to go in the long run. It's actually looking at all aspects and taking all aspects into consideration. I think we're going to do a workshop now that does exactly that, right? You're mapping out all the factors: economic, social, environmental, technological, and so forth. And when you can do that and start thinking about how you coordinate your efforts, see the system on that level and coordinate your efforts on that level, then I think you can really get kind of transformational change and also a sustainable change that's really where you want to go. So
Thanks, Joss. Thank you very much. And on that note, I also recommend to you, you can watch some of the sessions that of the past 2 days that Amrita has on YouTube, because that'll give you a lot of perspective on why women's empowerment and gender equality is important. And I'll move to Mr. Swaran Singh. So Srinivasan Services Trust has done over 3 decades of work in community development, and they have a lot to say about women's empowerment, especially in rural areas. So yes, Mr. Swaran Singh, over to you.
Thank you, Joss, and good evening to everybody. Thanks a lot, Maya. I just start with the journey of SST, which we started in 1996 with just 2 villages. We have grown up to 2,500 villages in the span, which started the charity mode. For charity mode, we started in a phased manner towards the community participation, towards community contribution, towards the empowerment of the women, not single-handedly. Let us try to integrate all the pillars. We should lead towards the empowerment of the women. So with this background, I would like to say that even in our institution, we have a number of about 450 people. Out of 450, 265 are women. This indicates the commitment on the part of the institution, part of the trust. So similarly, if you permit me, can we show you from 4 slides precisely, then I touch upon the women empowerment.
Sure, please go ahead. Rajaram, yeah.
I think this is our vision and mission of the SST. If I put one word for the vision, that is a transformation of the rural communities for a sustainable development. This is the major one. And how we want to achieve this, we want to achieve with the help of the participation of the government, with the other corporates, other NGOs who are willing to adopt our model of empowerment and change. We plan that in the coming future, maybe a couple of years, maybe 5 years, 10 years, we would like to touch upon 20,000 villages. 20,000 villages in southern part of the country. We work in 5 states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Maharashtra, and Himachal. Our goal is that there should be impact. We don't like to invest money. We want to see that the creativity, there is some productivity, and there is some outcome in terms of transformation of the community to alter the mindset of the community. After putting this, within a couple of years, you will find the people, especially the women, they're not getting a respect in the community. They are getting oneness. They're getting empowerment by way of taking decision in the family, by way of taking care of the education of the children, taking care of the health of the education, health and education of the children and the family. And they become independent. And one thing before I go to the next one, if I say the empowerment of the women, how it happened through SST. I quote one example of a village where the women of all walks of life, walks of life means the women from all communities. Today, they are cleaning the church every week. They come and clean, irrespective of Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh. All come. And what they do, these SHG groups, they come and invite other community, other people to go to other villages. Same thing happened for the temple. So this is what we say. Last thing, if I add into this slide, if you see the background of this place, this particular village, let's say Padaved. Padaved were having almost 99% of the households in kacha houses, mud houses, thatched houses. Today, after 25 years of the efforts of SST, almost 99% have got their own concrete houses. The women are allowed to go to the market. The women are allowed to do their own business. Women are allowed to take the decision about the education of their children. And these women, one example I quote, in one village, these women, almost 99%, with due respect to Europe, where Josh will agree with me, 99% of the male members, they were alcohol. These women become one, and they start searching the pockets of the male members or the husbands when they come back to the village from the cities, because everybody is carrying some sort of bottle in the pocket or something. Today, I feel honored. I feel the word honored, feel delighted to share that particular village. That is, of course, a tribal village. Tribal village, 95% of the people have said goodbye to alcoholism. This is what I feel the women empowerment. Can you go to the next one, please? So I think this is the model I have already discussed with you. Basically, our goal is to focus on all the leaders, which is called the village community. How we can do with partnership with the government. I use the word partnership with the government, partnership with the multinational companies, partnership with the NGOs. Now, this structure of SST is very compact. If you see the people, the video, we call the grassroots level worker. He's a village development officer. What they do, they live in the village. They belong to the village. And CDO also live in those villages. We SST are not seen as outsiders. They can understand what is the requirements of the community. What are the requirements of the village people? What are the requirements of the women? And then we have got the field director. Who are the people? 50% from the multinational companies, 50% of the NGOs, 50% come from the government. These people basically are able to have a good role to play with the panchayat, with the leaders at the government level, block level, district level. And we appreciate the partnerships from, if I say partnership from the multinational companies, we have got, like for example, Bosch is also our model being adopted. Bosch is doing this, Ernst and Young is doing that. If I say the other AstraZeneca, there are some people we love the partnership of the community. We don't feel that we can do. We don't claim that whatever we are doing is replicable, 100%. India is such a diverse country. One village will be different than other village. We should have a separate strategy for the women from one cluster to other cluster, for one village to other village. Now, this model, if I say like this, we believe in the first top thing we say, collaborate and tap synergies. No compromise on the value. When I talk about the value means not only financial value, we talk about the ethical values. Both these things are the topmost priority of the TVS Motor Company. Next, please. I think this is very interesting. I already covered up, but I just take 1 minute only. We work within the community. That means that videos are background and locality from the same village. SST officials reside in the villages. They're not seen as outsiders. Then we are proactive partner with the government. Last but not the least, work towards overall upliftment of the villages. Our focus is on multiple pillars. We don't believe making a small intervention. We believe that the holistic improvement of the village will really make a transformation. We work on economic development, we work on education, we work on environment, we work on water conservation. We feel the combination of all these factors can really make transformation in the lives of the women. When we talk about gender inequality, we talk the social system, right? We talk about the economic factors. These factors are known to everybody. But until or unless, I use the word, until or unless the institution which is implementing these programs, they have a passion and compassion for the community, nothing can be achieved. Next one, my dear. Now, I think sustainable development goals are known to everybody. In fact, what we had done, we have studied the sustainable development goals. And we link those sustainable development goals to our, if I say, to our pillars. Pillars which are we believe in the multiple pillars. We say that health and education go together with the poverty eradication and so on and so forth. Until these things are integrated, it will be difficult to attain the goal. Next and the last one.
I think this is the last slide. Thank you, Mr. Swaran Singh. But clearly, we can see that from all the community development work that you've been doing at Srinivasan Services Trust, one key actor, if I may call it that, has been women and women collectives. So if you want to talk or show us something about the work you are doing with women at Srinivasan Services Trust, that'll be great to start this conversation and the workshop.
Okay, wonderful. I think this was very core to my heart, and I want to see that. I think we have been working for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Especially on the women empowerment, we have 60,000 women by way of developing 5,000 SHG groups. The main objective of those 5,000 SHG groups is focus on the livelihood, skill upgradation, then looking into that there should be market linkage. The sales and market linkage, because the skills and competencies of these women who are from the villages, they may be at a very lower level. Until you create a awareness about them, like we talk about the organization or business model, these women do not know what's the business model. We built 25,000, if I say, the women who are in IGP. IGP means income generation activities. We don't believe that should go on multiplying the SHGs. We believe in the sustainability of those SHG groups. One or two example, I can quote it. We have coined a truly cottage. Truly cottage, if I say, is a special vehicle for the empowerment of the women. What are the products they make? I don't like to name them. I can say like one example called honey. They call it, the second is called banana fiber. I think maybe knowing the products also, Maya may be knowing better because the product of the South India. So these are, we have identified about 10, 12 products which are made by the women. Initially, the women were finding difficult to sell it. Now the trulycottage.com, if time permits, I request all the participants and the leaders to kindly have a look at this. Now these women, after the Truly Cottage, they got such a confidence. Within a period of just 6 to 9 months, they're able to earn about 36 lakhs. 36 lakhs they earned within a period of 9 months. When these people are earning, if I say like this, 500 rupees or 600 rupees. Now, if we see what our mission is, what our goal is, every member of SCG, self-help groups should add value to the household income. They should not be like a waste of banana. These people should be given a skill, and they should be given a skill in such a way they should earn. They should not be a parasite on the husband. Don't mistake me, wrong word if I use it. They should not look towards always to the husband. Now, if they earn 10,000 rupees, they can take their own decisions. They can decide themselves. Now, with this, if I say, with the last 9 months time, we have been able to sell these products in Tamil Nadu, in India. I use the word even India. The people are coming and asking on online. They say, you make banana fiber, how you make it, how you ensure such a good quality. Those we have been trained by these people. Yes. Because we have specialized people in each and every aspect. My colleague Bhavani is there. She is the Bhavani who looks after the SCG. We brought a woman who can understand. A male member cannot understand the feelings of the women in terms of livelihood, empowerment, and so on and so forth. So this, I can just stop it here.
Yeah, so we will also play a quick video so that people understand what it is that you're talking about. For people who, the video will be in large parts in Tamil, I guess. So people who can't understand, we will then, maybe Rajaram or Bhavani can quickly translate. But then we are going to play one quick video here.
We put Maya in English titles also.
Okay. Okay, then that's great. Thank you. So, Hariji, can we play the video?
அதாவது பெண்கள் ஏன் வேலைக்கு போகணும் அப்படின்னா ஆண்கள் வந்து எல்லாரும் ஒன்று போலே இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. சில பேர் கரெக்டாக வேலை பார்த்து சம்பளம் கொண்டு வீட்டில் அவங்க மனைவி கிட்ட கொடுத்துருவாங்க. சில பேர் தண்ணி அடிச்சுட்டு ஊதாரித்தனமாக செலவு பண்ணிட்டு அவங்க வீட்டு தேவைக்கு கூட பிள்ளைங்க படிக்கிற செலவுக்கு கூட அவங்களால என் பேர் தனலட்சுமி, வீட்டுக்கார் பேர் அசோக். இந்த வேலை வந்து எங்கள் வீட்டுக்காரங்களுக்கு தான் சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே இதில் அனுபவம். அவங்க சரி ஒத்தையில் இது பண்ணுறாங்களே அப்படின்ட்டு இது 10 வருஷம் ஆச்சு நாங்கள் இந்த கம்பெனி ஆரம்பித்து. திருப்பி 2 பேரும் செய்கிறதுனால கொஞ்சம் ஆர்டர்லாம் வரவும் ரெண்டு பேரும் செய்ய முடியாது அப்படிங்கிறதுனால எங்கள் தெருவில் உள்ள லேடிஸையே பல்ப் போட்டுறதுக்காக ஒரு 3 பேர் முதல் டைமாக கூப்பிட்டோம். பழகி அவங்களுக்கு சம்பளம்லாம் கொடுத்து வாங்கவும் அவங்க இன்னும் 5-6 பேரை சேர்த்துட்டு வந்தாங்க.
நாங்கள் 5 வருஷம் இந்த வேலை பார்க்குறேன். இந்த வேலை வந்து எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு. கஷ்டம் இல்லை, வெயிலுக்கு போக வேண்டாம், உள்ளேயே உட்காந்துட்டு ஒட்டலாம். குழந்தை இந்த பணத்தை இந்த வேலை பார்த்து தான் பிள்ளைகளுக்குலாம் ஏதாவது ஸ்கூல் ஃபீஸு வீட்டுக்கு தேவையானது எதுவும் எல்லாம் வாங்கிக்கலாம்.
அதில் வந்து எங்ககிட்ட எங்கள் கம்பெனியில் 20 பேர் இருக்கீங்கல்ல, நீங்களே ஒரு குழு ஆரம்பிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னுட்டு கேட்கவும் சரின்ட்டு அவங்க மூலமாக தான் இன்னொரு குழு நாங்கள் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கிறோம். முதல் தடவையாக பேங்கில் 12,000 ஒரு ஆளுக்கு 12,000 அந்த மாதிரி வாங்கி தந்தாங்க. அதை கட்டி முடித்ததுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு ஆளுக்கு 25,000 வாங்கி தந்திருக்காங்க. நம்ம கரெக்டாக கட்டுறதுனால பேங்க்லேயே இருந்து அவங்களே நாங்கள் தாரோம், நீங்கள் கரெக்டாக மாதம் தவறாமல் டேட்டு கூட மாறாமல் கரெக்டாக தந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க அப்படிங்கிறதுனால 3வது லோனு 50,000 ஒரு நபருக்கு 50,000 தாரேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அந்த மாதிரி வெளியில் கடன் வாங்கி அதை அடைக்க முடியாமல் இருக்கும் பொழுது தான் குழுவில் இருந்து எடுத்தால் அது வட்டி கம்மி, வாரம் அடைக்க வேண்டாம், மாதத்தில் ஒரு தடவை அடைச்சா போதும்.
எவ்வளோ லோனு எவ்வளோ பணம் கேட்டாலும் நம்ம வாங்கிக்கலாம். ஒரு ஆத்திர அவசரத்துக்கு என்ன இதுனாலும் குழுவில் உள்ளவங்க எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து ஒத்துமையாக செய்வாங்க.
கொஞ்சமாக மட்டும் மெட்டீரியல் வாங்கி இதை ரெடி பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். ஒரு 25,000 மொத்தமாக வந்தோடனே எல்லா திங்ஸுமே கொஞ்சம் அதிகமாக வாங்கி அப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிட்டோம். இப்போ அதிகமாக யூஸ் பண்ணுறது இந்த சீசன் டைங்கள்லன்னொன்னே அதிகமாக ஒவ்வொருத்தவங்களுக்கு இப்போ வாரம் 2 பேருக்கு தட்டி கண்டிப்பாக கொடுத்தாகணும், அந்த மாதிரி ஆர்டர் எடுத்துருக்குறோம். நாங்கள் வந்து பிஸ்னஸில் போட்டிருக்குறோம். ஒவ்வொருத்தவங்க ஆடு வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, மாடு வாங்கியிருக்காங்க 2 பேர், ஒருத்தவங்க கடை வச்சுருக்காங்க இங்கே வேலை பார்க்குறவங்களே.
தன்னம்பிக்கை கலந்துருக்கு. அங்கே எங்களாலேயும் கால் ஊடி எங்களோட உழைப்பில் வாழ முடியும்னு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. எங்களை பார்த்து இன்னொரு மற்ற பெண்களும் இவங்கள மாதிரி நாங்களும் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு எங்களை பார்த்து கற்றுக்குறாங்க.
Thank you very much, Swaran Singh ji. That was wonderful. So before we move on to the workshop and see all this, I would also like to invite Tanuja. All of us here have heard from her, and she's also been involved from the beginning. I'm sorry, like you could clearly see, the presentation was not updated, and so it didn't have Tanuja Prasad, but she's an integral part of Mumbai Hub. And then I invite her to, because Joss also spoke about her, but we didn't see her. So if I may invite Tanuja and hear from her what she thinks about why women's empowerment is systemic and how a systems innovation approach will help, and also help us contextualize the challenge that we are going to look at the workshop today. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maya. Thank you to Swaran Singh ji. It's nice to see you here. And Joss, thank you. Women's empowerment, something that I have been thinking about for some time as a woman. We are situated within the context of a society which can only be considered to be a system, of course. But more importantly, if we try to solve a problem, or if we see women's empowerment as a problem to solve, then what we have done is we have fixed a pothole in the street. We have only fixed a pothole in the street. Now, anyone who has seen fixed potholes in the streets knows that the pothole breaks again and again and again, and the pothole becomes separated from the main road. It has edges that are vulnerable. It has edges that become open to attack, open to deterioration. In a similar way, we should think of women's empowerment as perhaps a problem initially, certainly we should look at it that way, but then ultimately the solution must be an integration into the full fabric of society itself in such a way that the structures of society do not allow women's disempowerment in the future. So that is my entire systemic message of empowerment itself. So the tools that Maya is going to walk you through and SST has kindly agreed to participate in, these tools allow the transparency of issues, of the multiple factors that are involved and which factors influence the issues and whose influences need to be decreased and where the influences need to be increased and where new influences have to be brought in. And that's what we will do today in our workshop. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, Tanuja. I also want to quickly say that we are very proud that both on Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub's part as well as Srinivasan Services Trust part today, men are leading from front and center, and then we are going to help them as we unpack women's empowerment. So I hand over to Anshul. He's going to primarily facilitate our tool, the systems innovation session. And Tanuja and I will be there for support and Joss as well. Thanks. Hi, Anshul.
Thanks, Maya. And hi, everybody. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. I feel you guys have made my job very easy. Tanuja has set the tone, and Saranji also has set the tone of the workshop that the women empowerment is really a systemic issue. And if we don't see from that point of view, we are just fixing the potholes. We are not changing the system. So with that, we can move on to our workshop. So the workshop is designed with the aim of looking women empowerment from a system point of view. We are going to use a canvas, and I also know that we can't do the justice for this broad topic in just 30 or 45 minutes. It will need a lot of time to understand and unpack the issue, but we will really try to do a rapid exercise where we can understand what are the factors that affect the women empowerment, what are the factors that affect the challenges that when we talk about the women empowerment, what are the leverage points that we can use to uplift the whole system and create a new narratives which is holistic in nature. With that, I would ask Maya to share a link with the participant. So our session will be online on a platform called Miro.
I've done it. Yeah, I've shared the link.
Okay. So I would request all the participants to join the link. I will also share my screen, and briefly, whoever don't know about this platform, just quickly describe what the interface looks like, what are the things that we are gonna do, and everything. So I'll just give a couple of minutes so that people can join onto the board. If you are facing any difficulty, please reach out to us.
Also, people who happen to be joining from their mobile phones or having any challenges can always use the chat box. I'm here to coordinate your thoughts and then put them onto the board. So please don't feel that is an impediment. Thank you.
So please feel free to join this workshop. Use the link to join. I'll just quickly describe how the Miro board looks like. So when you join the links, you will see screen something like this. You will see the screen something like this, where you will see a lot of circles, 3 or 4 circles, something that are written. We will come to that part at a later stage, but I'll just briefly tell you. On the left hand side, there is this icon menu where you can, so there is a text box option, there is a sticky note option. So for our session, we will be using this sticky note as an option for writing and interacting with each other. You can take any color sticky whenever given the instruction, and you can proceed. You just have to click on the sticky and it will choose a sticky, and then you start typing. So that's just the brief how to use this whole Miro board. Now, going forward, I'll explain what is this canvas is all about. So this canvas is called Leveraging Point Canvas, which has 3 concentric circles. So as you can see in the middle, we have the challenge part. So in our context, we are looking at women empowerment in the rural areas. And the things that we are looking at what does this mean to you when we say women empowerment in rural areas? This has many dimensions to it. There are many challenges.
Sorry for the interruption, but some people are facing the challenge. They're being asked to sign in. So how can we overcome that? If Joss or you can just help with that, because will they have to log in and make an account to be able to?
Maya, I believe that creating an account is optional. You can continue as guest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I see many people has already joined as guests. So I think if it's asking for you to sign in, you can skip that option if it's coming there, and you can join as a guest.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there is any other issues, please let us know in comment. Maya and I are there to help you out. So as I was explaining, this is called leverage point canvas, and at the center we have our challenge. So women in power, when we were looking at this video, we were looking at different issues. Saranji also was talking about there are, market linkage is one of the challenge. There are financial related challenge. There are skill development related challenge, and then so forth and so on. There are so many challenges when we talk about the women empowerment. So the canvas start from the middle, where we put down our thoughts when we talk about women empowerment in rural areas. What are the challenges that we are really talking about? Right? And once we define those challenges, we move on to the next circle, which has different, so you can see there are something written in blue, like social, psychological, economical, and environmental. So these are the factors. So then we explore what are the factors that are affecting those challenges or those situations that we are talking about. And we try to find out if there are any interconnectedness there. Is there any relationship between those factors? And then at the end, we move to the outer circle, which is about leveraging points, where we try to find out the leverage points. Like, what are the leverage points that we can leverage to create the systemic change that we want to use. So without any further ado, we can start. So I invite all of you to zoom in on the center part, and you can pick a sticky note, and we can do a rapid exercise where you can put down your thoughts, like what does this challenge mean to you? We can quickly take 5 minutes to write down our thoughts. If you are facing any difficulty, again, I'll say you can reach out to us. And if you are not able to, you open the Miro link, you can also type in the chat box and we will put your sticky notes there.
So basically, what the central circle is trying to do is get everybody's thought on what women's empowerment in rural area means. Because there can be many views of this challenge itself, and that's what we are trying to get here. What does this statement mean to you as a problem? And I'm really sorry, Martha, that you're not getting this option of joining as a guest. Joss, do you think there's a way we can help Martha out? I mean, she is also agreed to just watch the presentation, but it will be great if she could also participate.
Yeah, normally, as mentioned, there's the option to join as a guest. Yeah, let me just check it.
Yeah, thank you.
If anything doesn't work out, Martha, I would suggest you can always use the chat option to write down your thoughts, and we will put your sticky notes there. So right now, the question that we are discussing is, what does this challenge mean to you when we say women empowerment in rural areas?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. She's adding something on the chat box, and I'll add her stickies on behalf of her.
So we have options like decent living, security, decision-making power, respect, quite interesting things. Also, while pasting your sticky, just be conscious about the size of a sticky so that we can accommodate everyone's. I'll just reduce the size. getting women access to income. So I'll just repeat once again. So right now we are focusing on the middle circle, where we are trying to unpack when we say women empowerment in rural area, what does it mean? What are the challenges that we are trying to solve?
Okay. One more thing I would like to say is, so the framework goes inside out. Right now, it will be great if all of us can focus on the innermost circle, which has the challenge put in the center, which is women's empowerment in rural areas. So we are just right now focusing on what women's empowerment in rural areas means to you as an individual. So you could just pick a sticky and then type whatever it means to you and then pull it into the central part of the framework. I hope that's clear to everybody. If there is a problem in doing any of this, please feel free to type in the chat box.
So we can take a couple of next 2-3 more minutes, and then we can share. So I mean, we have different really nice challenges in front of us: voice in community, family and politics, strength. They should show an example of transformation, food sharing, decent living. Someone is, I think, writing autonomy. Meanwhile, people are writing. Anybody would like to share their thoughts?
We are also mindful of the fact that we have a global audience, and this is largely in the context of India. Sorry about that. I'm also specifying that because even, I mean, rural areas and the kind of problems that women face may differ from country to country or region to region. Okay. So basically, Anshul, do you want to move then to the next circle?
Sure. So before we move to next circle, I will invite any participant if they want to share anything. Let's say we have some of the sticky which says respect or cultural. Do they want to unpack that?
Are we also quickly able to expand the place and make the circles bigger? Maybe the stickies are also already overflowing. Is it possible?
Yeah, so I'll just reduce the size of the sticky so that we have ample space for everyone to write. Okay. So if anybody just want to quickly share about the challenge, otherwise we can move to the outer circle where we can discuss when we are talking about these challenges. So there are different factors that affect like social, psychological. So when we say social, there in social you have political kind of factor, educational related, certain cultural factors. In psychological, we mean certain mental models or certain behavior that we are talking, which are causing those challenges. Similarly, for economy and the technology, it might happen that you feel that certain factors are not relevant for this issue. You might skip those factors, you might not want to write on to it. So what are the different factors that affect these challenges?
Yeah, so we have about half an hour. Maybe we can move to the next circle.
Yeah. You can also draw connection. Let's say financial independence, if this is the factor, and I feel financial independence is the challenge that we are talking about. That's why I'll just pull down this into the middle.
Okay. So what we could do as a next step is for people who have already put their stickies, because you're already familiar with the ones that you put, you could drag it to the next circle. We have certain elements listed out there in blue. For instance, the sticky that you put, if you feel it resonates with the social sector of the problem, so social domain of the problem, or it belongs to the psychological or the economic, technological or environmental. So basically now the stickies that are in the center, we have to pull it out to the respective spot in the second circle. I hope I'm making sense.
You do, but I think it would be maybe very useful just as we go, because we're working in different circles, just to understand where we're heading in terms of, what the methodology is. Because my guess is that indeed, as you said, the time will be a bit too short to do this extensively. So show us the methodology and the tool that you're proposing, without going in all the details of the stickers, I would say at this point, my suggestion.
Yeah, so as we are saying, next step is to write down different factors, and you can draw what are the connections that exist between those factors. So people are writing feminization of the poverty, okay, and then there are other things as well. So how these things are related with each other, and try to draw a connection. So for making a connection, you just click on the sticky and you can draw an arrow to another sticky, let's say, to establish that connection. Let's say if I have to draw a connection from this sticky to another sticky, I just draw an arrow to that sticky. So we can take a few minutes to do that and drawing those connections. So we have livelihood and raise in quality of living, voice and community, family, politics. You want to draw the connection as well when we talk about how these factors are interrelated with each other. Let's say food sharing, how it's related with the livelihood or voice in the family. Okay, so I see one connection. Voice in politics is related with the strength. Okay, so I'll just try to bring it closer so that we have clarity.
Anshul, also, can I request you to quickly show people how they can zoom out with the screen below, because many people are not able to see clearly and they are not getting how to zoom the screen.
Okay, so there are two options for zooming in and zooming out. Either you can use on your right hand bottom corner, there is a zoom out, zoom in option given in the percentage sign. You can use that. or if your mouse or cursor works, you can just simply pinch in or pinch out like you do on your mobile phone screen. I hope I'm clear. Right. So we have connections like from autonomy in decision regarding their marriage to somewhere. I don't see the connection going.
Bhavani is putting in the chat box. Bhavani Tirupoikayan is putting that food sharing is related to economic and social as well.
Okay.
Which in turn affects the health and well-being of women.
Sure. So now we have to look at where is the economic and social factors that in this sentence. So we have financial independence. Is it can I connect this to financial independence?
Yeah, so one connection to financial independence and the other maybe to health. There's health also, right?
Yeah.
So Miriam makes a point here, an interesting point. She says, when you move strength to be near voice in community, you lose connection of psychological to political.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll just make a comment and then Anshul, you can step in. The point is, the point of this exercise is to show you the mishmash of connections. So it's not like when we are connecting something to something, we will remove the connection from somewhere else. The strength to be near voice in community will be connected to both psychology as well as political, as well as social and anything else that you think. And the point of the whole exercise is to see when we are saying that we are solving for women's empowerment or we are solving for climate change, there is a lot to unpack to understand what that means before we start designing solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anshul.
Also, I see a couple of interesting sticky in the behavioral section. They need handholding. They should be shown example of transformation. Not many examples for women how to move forward. How do you think? I mean, these are related to any of other things, like whether it's a decision making, whether we are talking about financial independency, or whether we are talking about the income upliftment and all that. Do you think are they related? Are they underlying mental models which somehow interconnected with the things that we are talking about here? If anybody wants to unmute and talk to that, also fine. We can make that connection then.
Anshul, can I make a small intervention?
Yeah.
I personally feel after seeing all the factors, I'm of the view until unless there's a respect for the women in the household, we cannot think about the empowerment.
Okay.
One point which we have noticed in all the, let us say 25,000 women, they say even in the household, the respect doesn't come. Financial things they talked about, decent living, for sharing food, all very good.
Yeah.
Until the family members give a respect to the women.
Yeah.
This is what I want to say. Financial livelihood, of course, is the one factor. Livelihood is one factor which affects other parameters. It affects the health, education, so on and so forth. But the information, which I would like to stress again, information is most important for the women if they have to go for the business model, if they really go for the empowerment. Because most of the women in the rural areas do not know even the government schemes,
Yeah.
do not know what is happening with the society itself.
Yeah.
If that information shared with them, I'm sure that will make a difference.
Thanks, Suranji, for sharing that. So we have a respect sticky, and I think that comment that you are trying to make is that when we have the respect, we then we can have a women empowerment, women to be a self-reliant. And then for empowerment, we also need to have access to the information for the women, right? Then there are other factors like financial independence. So when women is empowered, you might have a financial independency, right? So similarly, we might have other connections as well. We can take a 2-3 more minutes just to look at those connections. Or if anybody wants to unmute themselves and want to talk about it, or at this point how they are feeling, or if they want to make any comment, they are welcome.
Rajlakshmi, do you want to, you've shared a comment in the chat box. It's quite interesting. Do you want to speak up, or else I can read for you? Okay. So Bhavani Tirupoikayan wants to speak. Could you please unmute her? In the meantime, I'll read Rajalakshmi's comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. I could see that all the sticky notes here are directly or indirectly related, because we all are trying to address one same phenomenon, that is women empowerment, right? The thing what I find different is maybe the proportionality.
Yeah.
That's what I want to say. Thank you so much.
I see someone was raising their hand. I think Devashish.
Debashish Brahma, could he be unmuted, please?
Thank you, Anshul. Thank you, Maya. This is such a wonderful session and such a brilliant software. I'm going to try this. We had a course on systems thinking, a very in-depth one by Dr. Tariq last year, and I'm sure we are looking forward to some additions. This is super, Maya. Anshul, can you just add a little thing on it? I was thinking, how can we represent the evolution of the system through this? Is there a certain way, the changes that happen over a period of time, and is there a way to show those parallel layers that happen and connect it, like we are doing an XY correlation to do a Z axis also along with this? Thank you.
Yes, that's an interesting ask. Just that we will not be able to do that in the next 15 minutes. So I would like to again state that this is just to give you a flavor of what systems thinking and systems mapping involves. Quickly, I'd like to go over the circles for people who may still be a little confused. What the exercise was all about is that we first had a challenge that we had already posted, which was women's empowerment in rural areas. But as everybody put all their thoughts into the inner circle, we could see that that same statement means different things to different people. So then, as a next step, what we tried to do is classify those stickies and maybe add a few others in terms of the different factors that affect the situation, as to why is there an issue with women's empowerment in rural areas? What are the social factors? What are the psychological, technological, environmental, economical factors? And there may be others, but we have just for the purpose of this workshop, we've seen these 5 factors. Now, what the third circle is about is, okay, we've listed fund sharing, or we've listed respect, or decent living. So what are the constraints for that not to happen? Why is a woman not, in your opinion, whoever has put decent living, why is a woman not able to live decently? Or why is the woman not getting access to information? So what that does is, when we know why, then we will also know what are those, and we are also simultaneously building connections as to what is critically mapped to which other factor. So then we will know where a small intervention can have high impact. So those are the leverage points. The reason I choose to explain this right now is because we will be closing at 7:30, and we might not be able to get there, given that we are quite a large number, and the way the workshop has been designed, there isn't enough time, but at least I hope this gives you a sense of what the framework is about. And if we have, let's say, a half a day of a workshop, what this can do. So yeah, that's something that I wanted to say to just contextualize, but we can quickly, in the next 10 minutes at least, move to the larger circle. And anybody who thinks, oh, they have put in a sticky, Anshul, do you want to read a sticky for me, please? Anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you read one for me?
Sure. So we have like decent living.
Okay. So we have decent living. Whoever has put decent living, if they are able to put a sticky in the outer circle of constraints as to why decent living is a problem. What is a constraint that blocks women from living a decent life? And then connect that sticky to the decent living one. And I can take one more example. So Dr. A. Mitra says feminization of poverty. So you could probably say how feminization of poverty constrains women's empowerment in rural areas, or what is the cause of that feminization of poverty, and then you put a connection.
Arun Prabhakar is raising his hand. So
yeah, Arun, please go ahead.
So yeah, Maya. So as we are practicing in the field, like we are facing the problems. You want to share some of our experience on these lines? We will love to do that.
Yeah.
Because when you're talking about decent living, when you're talking about the interconnections between these factors, so we'll love to do give us some few examples in different places.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So one such the interconnections which we are talking here is, as we were saying, yes, all the things are interrelated in one or the other form. As nowadays the women have access to let's start from the social side. There are so many social norms culturally which bring them backwards, which push them back still in the dormant stage. And when it talks about decision making power, so that is considered to be one of the biggest challenge, because women, though they may be an earning partner in the household, but still they face a problem in making decisions with respect to household. Now, then that is related to the gender equality in the household. And when you're talking about economic insignificance in the household, which is also related to lack of access to the information. So when you talk about lack of information on the side, women doesn't have access to the resources, or they're not access to digital equipments to get information, to be aware what is happening. And again, that digital technology things, which is again related to some of their cultural things. So if you could see all these points, like you could see all these activities or interrelated, and there are various scenarios where we see in the field that an individual household faces all these above listed problem. An individual women faces all this listed problems. So that is what we see in the day-to-day practitioners that which we are doing in the field. To be more precise with you, there are even this environment have a bigger impact towards women. So let's say all these COVID cases, the recent COVID access, already they have been pulled down because of lack of equality in the household, or lack of job or money holding things in the household, or neither a decision making power is not with it. And already the technology is access to the women is very less. An example I could say is like, though they may be the earning partner, but the women in the rural household tend to share their phones, even the smaller the digital phones, with other household members, or they used to have a less not so technically equipped mobile devices, so they were not able to access to the information. At the same time, the environment, when the COVID cases attacks, it brings them again down, pulls them again down. We are again starting back from 0-1 when the COVID has affected. So environment also have a very larger impact on the women empowerment that we are facing now.
Yeah.
So I want to put that.
Yeah. Thanks, Arun. So basically, it'll help if you are able to just put this in, like, all the. I think you've listed down 4 to 5 factors. Maybe if you could put 1 or 2 down, and then make a connecting line. Anshul, do you want to show people how to make the connecting line once again?
Yeah, sure, Maya.
But thanks, Arun. That was really helpful.
Yeah. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Anshul.
I mean, that was great, but yeah, I'll just quickly tell you like how you can make a connection. So you just click on your sticky note, and then there will be a point. There will be this dot. You just click on that dot, and you can create a connection to whatever elements you want to connect with other sticky notes. So yeah, but the overall purpose of this exercise is to show you, when we when we say system innovation, how does it look like in practice, the system mapping, or at the back end while designing the solution, how the things looks like at an individual level when we are discussing, or when we are brainstorming. I see Bhavani is also raising her hand, so I would allow her to speak.
Yeah, Bhavani first, and then we can also have Sabina, because she is also making a good point. But yeah, go for it, Bhavani. Thanks.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. So it's so nice to share something from our work experience, and that is being worked on a like systematic solution or something. So thank you for that. So my point here is even the basic food sharing, when it happens in a family, the woman is given the less priority, so which is more related to cultural and to the economic factor. So it's not just, it starts from food. Basically, it's not just stays with the food. It starts from the food, and it moves on to education and property sharing. It comes to anything. So I just want to understand here, how are we going to pin down on, because when it comes to empowerment, it's such a big topic where so many factors are included. So how this is going to help us to pin down or something, or to find a systematic, or bring in a systematic change? Where is that we will be starting? Because we are working with women's self-help group for 25 years, but there is a financial empowerment. And when men understood that they are able to have access to more finance, then that's when they started encouraging women to be part of the SIG, basically. So again, it's something which was accepted by the men. That's why the SIG also boomed so very well, due to the financial access which they are having. So how this would work, and what is that we would be finding out from here? That's my for my understanding. Thank you.
Thanks. Swaran Singh ji, would you like to not exactly address the food problem, but then if you could briefly talk about the example that you gave earlier on, as to how women as a collective were able to stand up against domestic abuse when they were empowered by Srinivasan Trust. I think that will give Bhavani some idea.
I'll take another example, because
Great.
we have about 62 videos on empowerment of the women. I take one more example. I take the example of one place called near Tirunelveli. Tirunelveli is deep south of Tamil Nadu. There was a woman, a Muslim woman. Let me not try to go to the community itself. And she was having 3 daughters. 3 daughters are having, and the husband, of course, was not comfortable, and he demised. After the demise, all the 3 daughters are in a very, very limited stage. Some are 10 years old, somebody 18, somebody 21. These women, when she joined the SHG group, I'm talking the group as a whole. When they joined the SHG group, some of the members told her that your 3 daughters are there, who is going to look after them. Then when they have an interaction with these SHG group members who are doing some sort of economic activities, she said, I want to do something concrete for my 3 daughters. She, with the help of those people, she got internal loan, because you pay some 10 rupees or 100 rupees per month. She was able to mobilize about, let's say, 50,000 rupees. 50,000 rupees, she admitted her 2 daughters in the college. And the community came forward. Community means the SHG members came forward. They came that we can give her the second loan. And after getting the second loan, believe me, what happened? The first daughter got admission IIT Chennai with her efforts. And then what I could find out, these women said that I will do some sort of a business, because the other community people came together, all other SHG members came together to help her. The people, the Muslims people, are not allowing her to come out. Let me be frank with you. Her boldness came into this case. She came out, she said, I want to do the business. All the other women joined hands with her. As an activity, they start selling some sort of textiles. As a group, they start telling textiles. Now, these 3 daughters, if I say one daughter is working in Bengaluru, one doctor is working in the working multinational companies. What I'm saying is, when the people sit together, I believe they bring social solidarity. One thing comes the solidarity. Number 2, like a friend in need, a friend in need. So like this, the women start coming one by one. They start sharing their other problems, like decision making. He said, saying like this, in my house, people don't ask me anything. If you get the 2 bottles of milk, nobody asks. It's only my husband decides. Then these will say that we have to give milk to the daughters also. She took a stand and started doing this. Like this, if I put that way, all the 12 women who are in the SH. Today, if I say all the 12 women are on the thing that any decision to be taken in the family has to be in consultation with the mother. A mother should be part of the decision making. If any financial investment has to be done, anything to be done, the mother should also be involved. Third thing, when they start earning money of this financial, if I say financial inclusion, first was the financial exclusion. Once become financial inclusion, the women start getting a lot of respect in the family. They start getting respect in the society. This respect we're talking on all the multiple pillars, multiple factors. They start getting good respect in the household, the good respect in the school. When they go in the primary center, primary health center, they go to the schools or Anganwadi, they started some mother volunteers. They started doing the social service for the children. Being a mother volunteer, if the teacher doesn't come, the cook doesn't come, this brought a lot of social transformation in that particular village. People start joining. One SHG member, one SHG group became 10 SHG group in that particular village. So today they are also, if I say, so sustainable. These women, if I say like this, as a group, I use the word as a group. If they work single-handedly, they may not be so effective. If they work as a group, for example, there was a domestic violence. These women joined hands together. They went. Number two, they joined hands, went to the bank. Otherwise, one person going, don't get the loan. 10 women went
Sir,
together to the bank and get the loan also.
There's one more question. If you could just, because we just have 2 minutes, if you could answer that question, I think we will end there. So
Please.
Sabina says, once empowered, how is the agency kept and developed, and for how long? If you could talk to that from your experience.
Thank you, Maya. I think that's a very good question. Sustainability is most important. What an institution can do. We have the team of the people. I told video and CDO. These people are having the interaction with the SCG group members every week. They go and discuss with them. They are having any problems, any financial problems, any family problems, any other issues. They sit with them and try to find out a solution for them. And this is not that one day they can do. I think we have some SCGs, like my friend Arun was telling, during COVID, if you say like during the COVID, most of the women had tough time, like the men also. But on the whole, during the COVID, the women, these SCG members joined hands together. These SST, the institution, the video and CDO went. Let's say somebody's husband or child is not well. These SST came forward to bear the medical expenses of the family. SCG members also contributed. So that way the sustainability will come if you have a regular, sustainable, continuous interaction and rapport with these SCG members. If you, sorry, one thing, Maya, let me finish. If you form a SCG group and forget, certainly what my friend was asking, it will not sustain. There's a need for continuous monitoring, continuous interaction, continuous meeting with the SCG members. If they continue to do that, I think people's problem, women's problem will certainly be minimized, will certainly be reduced.
Thank you very much, Swaran Singh ji and Joss. Like I said, this was just the very beginning. We only wanted to show to all of you that when you start to map how factors and actors of a problem or a challenge that you're working towards addressing, if you start unpacking it, you will know that it's not a quick fix to these problems, will only backfire. And so, yeah, with that minimum point, I would just like to end the session today, but we are always available for comments and taking it ahead as we go along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya, so much, and thank you for enlightenment. At least today we are able to make a great understanding. The fact
Thanks,
is,
Anshul. Yes.
Thank you so much, Maya. Thank you so much, Swaran Singh. Thank you so much for both of your teams. And thank you, Joss, also from joining from London. I think it was a challenging exercise indeed, but I think the message came across. And I think we're very grateful that you were able to share this very practical tool with us, which will certainly help us in being able to map and connect and visualize in that sense how things are interrelated. And I think that point was very clear. So thank you so much for that. This was a great final workshop. We will now have a short break, but just a short one.
Can you stop sharing?
Yes, just a short one. But please, during the break, I would suggest that you just hang on, because there will be a short video we play, which will allow to show the grassroots work that Amachi Labs and the Center for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality at Amrita University are undertaking. And I think this is the right moment. And we had some very inspirational views also from SST. Let's take also the time during the break and a cup of tea to take that short video, and then we will move into our concluding session. So thank you so much again for the whole team for making this enticing workshop happen, and catch you in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Thank you.
So the video will play now. Yes, thank you.
The Machik Lab is the most creative way of empowering women. Of all of the projects which the UN funds around the world, this is the one dearest to our heart. It's the one we're most proud of, and it's the one that we intend to take to the rest of the world so that they can learn from what you have achieved.
The one critical way to survive in a changing environment is to make sure that you have the skills to survive in a changing environment. So we need to either continuously update our skills or acquire new skills to survive in this kind of an environment. We are a multidisciplinary group of close to 100 people. We have engineers, artists, artisans, videographers, social scientists, field workers, volunteers, and exchange students from around the globe, and all working to understand India's complex social problems and together build solutions. With vocational skills training, there's a huge component that you have to do with your hands. So how do you teach something with your hands by using technology?
Our methodology is the CVIT methodology. It stands for Computerized Vocational Education and Training. It's a blended learning approach for vocational and life skills. Till date, we have developed over 15 vocational courses and 20 life skills courses, and we have used it to train rural women and children across 21 states of India.
You can't throw technology at difficult social situations and expect it to get better. You have to take it there. You have to work very sensitively to see how it's going to fit into people's lives.
They spend their time in the villages along with our end users to really understand their issues from a place of empathy and of connection. Our vision of gender equality is inspired by our Chancellor's words. Women and men are of equal value, like two wings of a bird, for without the two in perfect harmony, humanity cannot progress. We hold India's only UNESCO chair in the area of gender equality and women's empowerment. Our research goal is to further women's empowerment and gender equality as a community agenda, in harmony with the environment, towards a sustainable future. While addressing problems in villages, we work with women to identify what vulnerabilities they have and co-design interventions with them, one of which we're really proud of is addressing the need for toilets. We taught women to build and maintain their own toilet, and after they mastered these skills, they mobilized the community towards ending open defecation. Some now earn a living by building toilets for others in the village. It's a win-win situation. It's a community-led total sanitation approach. Some of our women leaders were even honored by the President of India for their efforts towards ending open defecation. This was a huge achievement and a source of inspiration for all.
आपने शौचालय के निर्माण के लिए जो बहनों को मिस्त्री का काम सिखाने का अभियान चलाया है, वो सचमुच में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। बहनें और बेटियां स्वच्छता की दूत तो पहले से ही थे, अब आपने स्किल और सशक्तिकरण को भी इससे जोड़ा है।
We integrate life skills throughout our training programs. To us, it is as important, if not more, than vocational skills. These trainings strengthen the socio-democratic voice and economic empowerment of women. It expands the collective empowerment space of women. We have had a lot of firsts. We have trained India's first women plumbers. We have built the first haptic simulator in the country. We have had tribal women launch Kickstarter campaigns to fund their businesses. All this could not have happened were it not for the guidance, the vision, and the opportunity given by our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi.
Systems innovation is about changing whole systems, rather than just changing parts. The way we do a lot of things around here doesn't seem to be working so well. How we do food, finance, healthcare has become unsustainable in many ways. We need to do things differently. We need to innovate. But not just innovate in parts, a new electric car, a new app or solar panel. We need to innovate in whole systems. New energy systems, educational systems, transport systems. Clearly, this isn't easy. It takes a new way of thinking and modeling, called systems thinking. But it also takes new ways of organizing through networks. By combining new models and insights from systems and complexity science and new ways of organizing through information technology, we today have a unique and extraordinary capacity to actually change whole systems. We call this systems innovation, innovating not just in parts, but whole systems. Luckily, we are not the only ones thinking like this. That is why we are building an open platform for connecting system thinkers and system doers around the world. From economists and ecologists to designers and developers, we are building a collaborative platform, an ecosystem to fuel the next generation of systems-level innovation across industries. We hope you will join us.
Amrita, deemed to be a university, is emerging as one of the fastest-growing institutions of higher learning and research excellence in the country, with campuses at Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Kochi, Bangalore, and Mysore. Today, this multidisciplinary research and innovation-driven university offers 200 undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs in the disciplines like engineering, nanosciences, business management, biotechnology, medicine, dentistry, Ayurveda, pharmacy, nursing, microbiology, visual media studies, social work, mass communication, arts and sciences. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been ranked 9th in the universities category and 16th in the overall category in the 2017 National Institutional Ranking Framework by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Amrita Schools of Engineering at Coimbatore, Bangalore and Amritapuri offer 8 B.Tech and over 30 M.Tech, integrated MSc and MA and PhD programs in the frontier and cutting-edge areas of engineering, science and humanities. All programs follow a choice-based credit system with continuous evaluation as in leading foreign universities and prestigious Indian institutions like IITs and IISc. All schools of engineering at Amrita have excellent infrastructure, well-equipped libraries, learning centers, state-of-the-art teaching and research labs in all departments, and centers of excellence such as e-learning, wireless networks and applications, cybersecurity systems and networks, automotive technologies, educational technologies, computational engineering and networking, robotics, multimodal applications using computer and human interaction, and advanced materials and green technologies. All these centers have sophisticated equipment in their labs, including a wind tunnel, the KMOV-35 helicopter, and MiG-23 fighter aircraft. Her Holiness Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately called Amma, is the Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Amrita consistently maintains a 100% placement record for eligible students, with several students placed in international companies. There is a conscious effort to secure placement for students in core engineering companies like Larsen & Toubro, Caterpillar, Robert Bosch, National Instruments, Mahindra, Saint Gobain, and Schneider. More than 300 companies participate in the campus placement drives organized by the Directorate of Corporate and Industry Relations. Every Amrita student goes through a comprehensive life skill program with 6 credits, which includes personality development, verbal and communication skills, aptitude and reasoning abilities, and soft skills. Through its Centers of Entrepreneurship and Technology Business Incubator, the university also mentors and encourages job creators among the students. Amrita has tie-ups with over 100 American, European, Japanese, and Australian universities, which include Harvard, Oxford, Berkeley, Princeton, Cornell, Purdue, State University of New York, Buffalo, Milan, Rome, Zurich, Chicago, Deakin, and Tokyo for research centers of excellence, collaborative programs, cross-continental projects, internships, joint conferences, and faculty and student exchanges. The intranet site, intranet.amritanet.edu, hosts links to various IT-enabled services like the Amrita University Management System, the Digital Library, a central library book search, and the Campus Management System. Students can connect to the Wi-Fi which is provided in all the hostels and academic blocks. Student life at Amrita is vibrant and colourful with a variety of clubs and avenues. All the students are given orientation and instruction in yoga, meditation, and cultural education. In addition to this, all festivals are celebrated with pomp, splendour, and devotional fervour. Annual intramural, cultural, and literary festivals provide the students an avenue to showcase their talents. Extracurricular and community-focused clubs like Amrita Sanjeevani, Natya Sudha, Ragusudha, and Spik Mackay organize events throughout the year. Anokha, Vidyut, and Ekatwa are the national-level student-driven technical fests of Amrita. Anokha has emerged as one of the top engineering tech fests in India, with a footfall of 15,000, 15 lakh rupees worth of prize money, 100 highly competitive contests, and cutting-edge workshops. It's the first in India with the United Nations Academic Impact Accreditation. Sports in Amrita provides an excellent opportunity for students to interact with each other, develop true sportsman spirit and team spirit, as well as stay healthy. Various programs organized include the intramural competitions for all students, the annual sports and athletic meet, inter-university and inter-campus tournaments, and summer and winter coaching camps. All Amrita campuses have adequate hostel facilities. Television, indoor games, and night cafeterias are some of the facilities provided in the hostels. All campuses have amenities such as canteens, a bus facility for day scholars, a bank with ATM, an international guest house, medical aid, a general and provisional store, tailoring and cloth shop, reprography centers, travel desk, a saloon, and spas. Amrita moves beyond academics to focus on the upliftment of society, guided by the very embodiment of unconditional love and bountiful compassion, with a vision to build a world of love, harmony, peace, and knowledge.
Good evening, distinguished guest speakers, experts, and colleagues. Good evening, dear participants and students. We arrived at the closing session of our wonderful, awesome conference. Awesome, indeed, nomen est omen. My name is Meltem Alkoyak Yıldız, and I'm working at the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Amrita, and I will be your moderator for the next 1.5 hours. Allow me to introduce you our speakers of the closing session. We are fortunate to start with a closing keynote led by Honorable Uma Mahadevan Ma'am. Uma Ma'am is an IAS officer currently posted as Principal Secretary, Panchayat Raj, in the government of Karnataka. She joined the Indian Administrative Service with the All India second rank. She has worked in the state and central governments in major sectors such as rural development and decentralization, women and child's development, planning, education, and atomic energy. She was a member of the working group that prepared Karnataka's first Human Development Report. She is a member of the board of the Public Affairs Center. She has also studied Indian contemporary art history. She is an artist and book critic and writes regularly on development issues for major publications. Ma'am, we are indeed fortunate to have you today. After that, we will get shifted to a bird's eye perspective by receiving a summary, intentions, and key takeaways of all 3 conference days led by our colleague, Christopher Coley. Christopher Coley is a researcher and UN liaison at Amachi Labs and the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. where he is also in the final stage of a PhD. Presently, he is placed at Amrita's new research institute, starting soon in the Chicago area in the US. After the summary, our dear colleague, Dr. Tarek, will continue with a preview of our next steps ahead, the next level of unfolding our potential to be the positive movement and the innovative change in the system. Dr. Tarek is an adjunct professor and the head of research at the Center of Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. Finally, our dear Dean, Chairholder, Director, and mentor in many ways, Dr. Bhavani Rao will round off with a vote of thanks and close up the conference formally. Of course, the obligatory group picture is a must before we log out. But for now, let us warmly welcome Honorable Uma Ma'am to open up our final session and to share her wisdom with her keynote. Ma'am, we are looking forward to hearing from you. Kindly enter the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Dr. Melton, Dr. Bhavani Rao, and to all the others. Thank you to the organizers, and it's a great honor to be here with all of you this evening. It's a special honor when I see the name and the topic of the conference, the International Conference on Advancing Women's Empowerment through Systems Model Expansion. And the title of the conference, the acronym AWESOME. I can't think of a more wonderful title to have at this stage in 2022 for a conference with this as its subject. I congratulate the organizers, the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, UNESCO Chair for Gender Equality in partnership, and the partner organizations, Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub, and of course ICSSR for its support. I congratulate the Amrita group of institutions for anchoring this. And I notice, unfortunately, I've not been able to join the previous sessions. I joined very briefly this evening for the penultimate session, but I noticed that the conference, three-day conference, has brought together academics, policymakers, practitioners, and aims at an interdisciplinary approach. I think that's extremely important, and that's exactly the note that I would like to begin talking about, because women's lives are not any one thing. Women's lives are intersectional. Women's lives cover multiple identities in the home, in the workplace, as citizens, in public spaces, and so on. In government, particularly, and this is something that I was talking about to another group in another discussion this morning, we tend to club the two together, women and children, women and child development. And that restricts the role of women to only being, maybe only is not the appropriate word, because that's a tremendous task and a tremendous responsibility to bring up children, to bear children, to give birth to children, and to bring them up, to be the primary caregivers. Tremendous role. At the same time, women are much more, as we all know, and that's why I think what we really need to look for going forward is a much more of a life cycle approach, which brings together all the different aspects of women's lived experiences in different phases of their lives. Beginning with the data, I would say we should look at birth data. We should look even before birth data. We should look at the sex ratio, the child sex ratio, the sex ratio at birth, to see what happens in the life of a woman right from the time she's born. Even today in our country, many births are still not registered. And therefore, there is no documentation that this child, this girl child, has even come on the ground and placed her feet on the planet. And therefore, that's something that we should think about. We should look at the data. We should demand that data should be disaggregated. It should be accurate. It should come to us regularly. And it should be disseminated. We should also look at what happens to the child after she is born. Is she treated equally? Is she well nourished? Is she given the health care just as any other child is? Perhaps we need to look at the mortality rate of under 5 children in order to look at this, in order to understand this. And this is an area where academics like Dr. Seema Jayachandran in the US, others have done a lot of work. We need to look at school education. Who are the children who are enrolled in school? Who are the children who attend school? How many days a year does a girl child attend school? And how many days a year does the boy child? Who is the one who has to take off from school if there's an emergency at home? We need to keep looking at these even beyond the time. I mean, even when I joined service 30 years ago, we were asking these questions. It seems a little exhausting, and it's actually bewildering that we're asking the same questions. But we're a vast country. We've made a lot of progress, but we cannot forget that there's a child at every end of this. Even if we've reached the last mile, this last mile is made up of living children, and therefore we need to ensure that our approach reaches every child. So who are the children who attend school? How many days does a girl child attend school? Do the girl children, are they retained in school? What are the retention rates? Where do girl children transition out of school? Is it at 7th grade? I visited a school recently, last week, where it was a good school. It was a government school, a good school, very well equipped. It had a smart class, children were learning, it had playgrounds, it had a wonderful dining hall and so on. But there were 188 boys and only 172 girls. So when I asked what happened to the 16 girls were missing. If it was 1 or 2, you could understand that a ratio doesn't always have to be 50-50, but 16 girls were fewer than the number of boys. When I asked, they said this is 100 kilometers away from one of India's biggest cities. When I asked what's happened to those girls, they said that the parents of these girls in these 3 villages actually are all construction labor. They work in the city, and the children are with their grandparents. And when the children are with their grandparents, it becomes very difficult. Children get teenagers, whether they're boys or girls, they become more independent, they want more freedom, and therefore people just prefer to get them married at the age of 14 or 15. Can we imagine in today's day and age? And therefore, if we looked at the data, it would not surprise us, but it still surprises many people when I tell them that in India, 1 out of every 4 or 5 girls is still getting married before the age of 18. And that should not only surprise us, but it should concern us. What about after enrollment, attendance, and retention? Do girls achieve? Are they allowed to achieve? Are they supported to achieve just as well as boys? These are questions we should ask. What can we actually do to end child marriage? What can we do to help support adolescent girls to stay and in the mainstream of education, get their education and achieve? Next phase of life is employment. Before marriage, we should talk about, these are the norms of social life, but before marriage, we need to talk about employment. Women in employment, women in livelihoods. Which are the employment choices? Which are the traditional employment choices or livelihood choices that are available to women? Are they equipped with the skills that they require in order to seek those livelihood choices? What is the geography in which they're able to seek a livelihood? Are they able to go just as far for a job as a male relative would be? These are questions we should ask ourselves. What about safety of public transport? Timing of public transport, affordability of public transport for them to access their livelihood opportunities. Once they come home, what happens to their earnings? Who makes the decisions about their earnings? What are women's roles in families? And here we come not only to the disproportionate share of care work, burden of care work that's placed on women, child care and elder care, but also to the phenomenon of domestic violence. Domestic violence is an epidemic across the world, across classes, across rural and urban, across all settings. And we've seen more acutely than ever before during COVID, during lockdowns, with the stress, that people felt, the stress on livelihoods, the stress on anxiety on healthcare, the brunt of it was borne by women. And this is something that we should ask ourselves. What are our legal remedies? What are our support systems? How do we disseminate and how do we communicate about these support systems? Because domestic violence is a very real factor in women's lives. What about equal rights to property within the families, equal rights even to their own earnings, as I said? What happens to women's income when they earn it? Do they have enough of a say on their own income, let alone the rest of the family? What about safety in public spaces, in transport, affordability I spoke about? How can we, and we really need to ask what, in a very granular manner, what are the things that we can ask for? Can we ask for better street lighting? Can we ask for different types of street lighting? Can we map with technology? There are innumerable technologies available today for hyperlocal mapping of communities or neighborhoods. Can we map areas where streetlights are not sufficiently available, or where women have a problem accessing spaces? These are things we should ask. What about elderly women? Women of a certain age tend to disappear from public life, even from family life. Widows, generally insular lives, cloistered, not really provided the kind of social security, let alone opportunities to come out in public and to participate in not just public life, but even domestic life, in family events. Very often, we still have stigmas on women who are widows or abandoned women or divorced women participating like other women in family events. These are questions and these are things we should start working on. It's not that we haven't been working on it, but these are, kind of every one of these lines requires an action plan, and every one of these issues requires a certain approach. Women from different categories and communities, tribal women. There are women who are tribals, who are forest tribals. And then there are women who are nomadic tribals. Women such as women who are Lambani women living in tandas, who go migrate 3 months a year, 4 months a year to different states in order to sell their products. So these are different kinds of women with different kinds of needs. SC women, women from other communities, women with disabilities, different kinds of disabilities, both disabilities with which they have been born and disabilities which they have acquired. It should shock us that acid attack victims, acid attack is defined as one of the disabilities in the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act in our country. It should shock us. The prevalence of acid attacks is so much that it's actually been notified as one of the disabilities. So also is burns. Burns should be notified and it hasn't yet, but there is a group of women who are working. There are women's groups who are working on this. Women with disabilities, women with chronic health conditions. If we start looking at the data of who actually, there's a lot of data available on who accesses what kind of healthcare. Women, surprisingly, tend to access the burns ward in hospitals is full of women. The burns ward. But the heart, cardiac care department or kidneys, these are the areas where you will find women are in far less less extent of representation than men, because these, wherever there's a cost to be paid, families actually weigh the cost. So these are questions that we should be asking. And therefore, I feel that we need to evolve a life cycle approach to every stage of this, for every stage of these issues that I've identified, because we should come up with an approach where we can help every girl and woman, whatever her age, whatever her background, whatever her circumstances, to achieve her full potential. And that's something that we can all really, and a conference like this is exactly the kind of forum where we can come up with action plans and workable policy interventions towards this. So some of the policy interventions that we have are things like the hot meal for pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers, school scholarships, hostels, and so on. There are a number of policy interventions, and we need to strengthen those. But we also know that collectivization is something that helps women. And this is where self-help groups, informal social networks, self-help groups, which started in Karnataka, my state, many decades ago, started with Mairada, other civil society organizations. But now across the country, we have Stri Shakti groups, Kudumbashri groups, NABARD makes self-help groups. And now the government of India also has brought the wonderfully effective National Rural Livelihood Mission. But self-help groups for women focus on livelihoods and economic empowerment. We should be asking whether economic empowerment is enough. I think there's enough research to show that economic growth does not shift social norms necessarily. And therefore, the other instrument that has been traditionally used for things like female feticide is conditional cash transfers. Conditional cash transfers to push more women to seek healthcare, but which have some impact. But conditional cash transfers, and now the research is beginning to show, is that conditional cash transfers actually misunderstand or are blind to the lived realities and obstacles of the poorest women and the most excluded women. Because it's not because of lack of will or desire for healthcare that a poor woman does not seek that healthcare. It's because of other obstacles. And if we can systematically identify those obstacles and start getting those obstacles out of her way, we will see greater impact, perhaps, than even conditional cash transfers. So what we need, and I'll come to some of the solutions that I feel have been working and what we're trying to do, are grassroots social empowerment initiatives. We used to have the Mahila Samakhya program in the 90s, which Government of India started and many states started, Karnataka, many states. Mahila Samakhya in the 90s, when there was a huge crisis in school education and many girls, many sections of girls were not in school. Mahila Samakhya kind of programs actually created a demand for girls' education, where it was not just society or the officials or the government or the state telling people to send their girls to school. It was the children's mothers saying, I want my daughter to get an education. And that was the tremendous impact of a non-economic empowerment-based, non-livelihood-based, purely grassroots social empowerment program. So this is one of the things that we need to do. The second thing is that we have a lot of laws on the statute books, but we have heard time and again that the laws are not working, they're not helping and so on, but the laws have to be made to work. And to make them work, what we first need to do is to tell people about the existence of these laws, how they can seek the legal remedies, but also the support systems. Not every woman who's beaten at home is going to file a complaint for domestic violence. But if she knows that there's a law, then it tells her that what this man is doing is not right. There's a law against it. And that gives her some courage or some feeling of injustice that, look, this is wrong. First step. The second thing that we need to do is inform women about the existence of support systems. There's a huge network of shelters. There are shelters that are funded by the government, by the central government, by the state government, by local governments. There are shelters that are funded by civil society organizations. These shelters exist. There are women who have taken refuge in these shelters. Many of these shelters have looked after these women. Women have recovered from their battered lives and gone on to build and rebuild their lives and achieve and become fulfilled, happy people. However, the existence of the support system is not known to most women. And this is something, information not only helps women gain courage, but it also prevents perpetrators. If a perpetrator knows that a woman has a place where she can escape to, that perpetrator begins. That's the only thing that works with violence. Abusers When they know that a woman can escape, abusers hesitate. And that is one thing that we need to do. The next thing, as I already said, is informal social networks, self-help groups, not to work as charities, but as women's small businesses. Women's small businesses running a little cafe, a little canteen, a little daycare. Kudumbashree in Kerala is full of these. Karnataka now, in 6,000 gram panchayats, which are the local governments, 2,100 have already signed MOUs with women's self-help group federations to do their solid waste management, end to end. Even today, I went and visited. What we're doing is we are training the women to carry out every aspect of solid waste management, including driving the auto tipper vehicles, the collection vehicles. Because it's not, as I always say, it's not important or a symbol of empowerment if a woman is driving a Mercedes in a large city in Bangalore. That's not necessarily a sign of empowerment. That's good, that's great. But it is important in the rural setting to see, for little girls, to see women driving trucks and driving auto tippers and driving tractors. Because then they realize that they need not restrict themselves to gender segregated roles. The world is their oyster. They can ask for and be anything that they want to be. And that's something that we need to do. So we have been successful. A year ago, people told me that, no, that's not going to happen because women won't come forward to do solid waste management. Women won't come forward to drive the auto tippers. But now we have 600 women who have actually cleared the driving courses, and many women are driving already. We hope to have several hundred women driving by the end of the year. Today, I went to a panchayat near Bangalore, and I found a young girl who has studied her BCom. She wants to, her father's a potter. Traditionally, they're a potter's family. Her father wants her to go and get a job in the city. But she says, I want to start a modern pottery business. And so what we're trying to do is help this young woman, as well as a group of them, to upgrade their skills, get a process certification, get some inputs on the process, improve the process, and give some backward and forward linkages and so on. So I think, long story short, girls have the aspirations. Girls want to achieve. And this is the moment when we can help them to fly and get anywhere they want. The final point I want to say is that we need to talk about, when we're talking about rural women, we need to talk about grassroots elected representatives. We need to reach out to them. We need to reach out to field officials. We need to reach out to community workers like Ashas and Anganwadi workers. We have in Karnataka 100,000 elected representatives in local bodies. 50% of them are women by reservation. We have 50% of presidents and vice presidents of these bodies also women. And today, in 21 states, they have amended the act in order to give 50% representation to women. This is a quiet process, a quiet revolution, I would call it, that women are coming forward and participating in local governance. This is something that we should promote. During COVID, women in Karnataka, elected bodies, local bodies, participated shoulder to shoulder with men, went from house to house, spreading science-based awareness about COVID, telling people you need to wear masks, you need to maintain physical distancing, you need to, because in the village, COVID is not going to wait, but at the same time, the milk cooperative is also not going to wait. The cow needs to be milked every morning. The milk needs to be taken to the milk cooperative every morning. And therefore, like electricity, our elected representatives went, we trained them in YouTube on one day, and next day they were out there on the streets going from house to house, telling people exactly how to protect themselves, how to follow precautions, and how they should not panic. And I have a hypothesis that their role actually prevented what could have been a huge amount of panic and stigmatization given the information asymmetry of those early days. I think there is tremendous potential in grassroots elected bodies to bring change. I think we should reach out to them. we should reach out to them, but not only make appeals. We should reach out to them with the results of an interdisciplinary discussion, like you have organized in the last 3 days, where research, policy, practitioners, all three sectors come together to identify ways, positive ways, where we can make a difference in the lives of girls and women in our country and across the world. Thank you so much once again for organizing this, and thank you for having me. It's been a great pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, ma'am, from our side, actually. So very inspiring what you shared, to look beyond and zoom deep into the biography of a child, girl, and woman's life and her experience by demanding solid data to understand the complex system. And thank you that you offered, correctly commented by Dr. Bhavani, an entire vulnerability map with solutions on the grassroots level. Thank you very much. So we really learned a lot. Now, as announced, our colleague Christopher Coley will offer a summary of all 3 days with key reflections and takeaways to keep in our pocket for the next steps ahead. Chris, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Meltem. I appreciate the introduction. Om Namah Shivaya. I would like to again thank the Honorable Uma Mahadevan Dasgupta for your intelligent insights. It was edifying to hear you speak about your experiences serving the people of this great nation. You've certainly given us food for deep thought and guidance for future efforts. Before moving on to the formal conclusion of this awesome conference, please allow me to remind us of the many accomplishments we have made during our 3 days together. To share a bit of the statistics of this conference, we had over 500 participants from 11 countries, 15 accepted research papers along 6 dimensions of gender equality, 12 keynote speakers, and a dozen breakout sessions, including workshops, panel discussions, and fireside chats, with participation from 13 partner institutions. We were also joined by our sister UNESCO chairs in India, Italy, and Turkey. Talk about an awesome conference. This event has been a rare opportunity for us to reflect on the challenges and opportunities we face when working towards gender equality and women's empowerment. Our eminent speakers and thought leaders have shared their wisdom with us and given us the tools to make clear and actionable intentions for how we can move forward with confidence to achieve our goals. The many research papers and workshop discussions have also provided us with action items, best practices, and ways forward that we can take with us in our future work. For me, the very foundation of this conference has been the goal of serving society, especially by empowering women through systems thinking and sharing more sustainable, innovative ideas to make real progress. The words of the Chancellor of Amrita, Amma, capture this spirit perfectly when she said, "Everything in the world, every region, every place, every grain of sand, every individual, every house, every forest, every ocean has its own rhythm of vibration. That is its mantra." Similarly, there is a mantra for this entire universe. This mantra is yajna, which means giving, and it is the natural state of all creation. Real enjoyment comes only when we all share wealth, prosperity, and natural resources equally, with respect and love, and without pride. This is when both the individual and society become happy and peaceful. Isn't this the goal of all of our research in gender equality? Building on this foundation and perfect ideal, the awesome conference articulated 3 overarching goals: to advance knowledge and interventional strategies towards empowering women and strengthening gender equality; 2, to promote human rights-based and evidence-informed interventions tailored to girls' and women's needs; and finally, 3, to spotlight the state of technology and systems innovations in identifying and equipping agents of change. Over the past 3 days, we have made great strides forward in these goals. While each of the sessions have contributed in some way to all of the goals, some of them stand out for their contribution. For goal number 1, Professor Bhavani's welcoming address kicked off the conference in a way that emphasized the importance of approaching gender equality from a holistic perspective and recognizing how individuals and society are connected with the larger environment. She encouraged us to take up the awesome framework as a means to create a more contextualized, inclusive, and representative set of tools that can account for this interconnectedness. Likewise, Deepa Narayan reminded us of the real meaning of empowerment that goes beyond simply increasing economic prosperity and as a process of reducing vulnerabilities so that all voices can be heard and respected. and so that women no longer have to bear the burdens of history. When our interventions can support women in this way, then sustainable development will become a reality. Taking this thought even further, the great Fritjof Capra shared his revelation that we face grave consequences if we do not start appreciating the systemic nature of creation. He encouraged us to seek pathways to good growth rather than endless economic hoarding of resources. And really, this is only possible when we recognize and build in more enlightened perspectives to our interventions. From a specific on-the-ground perspective, we heard today from Losang Rabgey on the issues facing the Tibetan population and how a contextualized, grounded approach to education for girls, especially through native language mediums, can positively impact women and their families. Again, Uma Mahadevan Dasgupta in her talk today also laid out an excellent map of vulnerabilities and grassroots initiatives that take the systems approach to the ground. Both of our fireside chats contributed to Goal 1 by highlighting new strategies and deepening our knowledge on how to design interventions for gender equality. The lively discussions between Mansi Gupta and Maya Narayan on day 2 did just this in encouraging us to design for women, which can only be done if we drop all of our historical tradition of considering only men's needs in our designs. Likewise, the fireside chat with Rachel Sinha and Tatiana Frazier on the systems sanctuary gave us tools to shift our perspective to a more holistic, inclusive approach to working with women. The research papers by Sandrine Bonin, Ogbonna Amarachi, and Bernard Atto-Out on days 1 and 2, and by Cyril Jonathan on day 3, shared excellent findings on how women-focused strategic design can create successful projects to support gender equality. Also towards goal number 1, the workshops on day 2 by Deepti Raghavendra on using dialogue as a process tool that builds capacity and empowers women gave us a chance to see how we can incorporate more humanistic approaches to our research and humanitarian activities. In a similar vein, the fascinating discussions by Helen Sanson at the beginning of day 2 taught us that feminist systems thinking as a philosophy is critical to ensure we develop tactics that are tailored to the specific requirements of each group of women. As she said during her talk, when women, particularly global majority women, are more seriously regarded within systems thinking, both in study and practice, there are an indefinite amount of changes that the feminist systems thinking framework can help bring about. Moving to goal 2, promoting the human rights-based and evidence-informed interventions specifically for women and girls, we had a number of sessions in line with this. From the keynote speeches we heard from Dr. Jimol Uni on the first day, who shared her findings on the critical importance of investing in a girl's education and the links this has with economic and social success later in life. Also on day 1, the Honorable IG for CRPF in Srinagar, Ms. Charu Sinha, spoke passionately about her many efforts in changing attitudes around gender equality and women in leadership positions in the police and paramilitary forces. Her findings echo that of other researchers, and that it is essential to understand the various patterns of gender conditioning in different contexts, and how these patterns hinder the abilities of women to work. She made her points profoundly clear when she said, all the journeys of women leaders are about how we have navigated the spaces created by men. Without a doubt, Vandana Shiva shocked us all to alertness with her keynote talk on day 2, sharing some of the most important aspects of her life's work to empower humanity, to realign with Mother Earth and the feminine principles of life, and the dire consequences if we do not. Her research and far-reaching programs prove how effective a systems approach can be in creating lasting change. In today's wonderful sessions of invited talks and research presentations, we also heard from Sundari Nanda, who shared that safety and security dimensions have always been critical to sustainable development. And her work in the Delhi police has proven how important systems thinking is to creating solutions to ensure women's safety. In the dimension of health, Andy Carmone and Sarthak shared their network of care framework, which deals with relationships and systems and how they can be utilized effectively to respond to persistent systemic problems using systems thinking. Their life's work in providing community health services to the globe's most remote populations has generated significant evidence of the effectiveness of their diagnostic and outreach frameworks. The panel workshops we just listened to, with talks by Jos Kolster, Swaranji, Anshul Agarwal, and Tanuja Prasad, from the SI Community Network, demonstrated that enough evidence is there to show how systems thinking is the best way of understanding local populations, providing successful community outreach. The models and maps presented by them have helped to create more informed, successful interventions that support women around the world and in India. The panel discussion on day 1 by the EWCG on their successful work with women's self-help groups also aligns well with our goal number 2, especially their goals of convergence between stakeholders introducing participatory methods for assessment, and engaging women directly in every step of the project to ensure their needs are properly addressed. We had several paper presentations that align with the goal of promoting human rights and evidence-based interventions, especially from Mada Suzak, Carmine Gambardella, Alexander Rosa, Radhika Mohan, and Veena Suresh. Further, the papers presented today by Prerna Baura, Tanuja Prasad, Lisa Conboy, and Hulya Simga contributed significantly to this goal. Finally, our third conference goal, to spotlight the state of technology and systems innovations in identifying and equipping agents of change, had a number of contributing sessions. One of the first guests on day one, Mr. Agendra Kumar, emphasized the use of GIS technology to find patterns and trends in geospatial data to develop effective interventions for women's empowerment on the ground. His work with ESRI India has inspired a new generation of scientists who are leveraging the latest in GIS tech to make positive social change. Likewise, the workshop led by his colleagues at ESRI India on day 2 of our conference taught us how we can adapt GIS and related tech to create highly useful maps for social science research, including social maps, resource maps, and mobility maps. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Sairi Chahal, introduced us to the potential of women-centric digital banking and financial services within a compassionate and supportive environment that supports women entrepreneurs from underrepresented communities. Through her Shiro's program and Mahila Money concept, her initiatives have reached millions of women and helped them establish strong businesses. The workshop by the team at Holon Perspectives introduced serious games and design technologies as a means of inspiring greater buy-in and participation from diverse communities. They taught us that serious games have the potential to spark interchange and open up dialogue between all peoples, regardless of age, gender, caste, etc. And by working along with target communities, we can make even more successful programs. For example, although women are disproportionately affected by global problems, they also possess innovative ideas and leadership capabilities that are untapped, but are useful in solving them. 2 of our research paper presentations also emphasized the importance of technology for gender equality. The work of Kaja Mohammed and Jyotsna R introduced innovative ideas in this space that has great potential for expansion and scaling. Beyond these goals, I think one of the most successful features of this conference was the inclusion of a panel of expert discussants following the research paper presentations. Their multitude of experiences and high level of achievement in similar fields provided fertile ground for digging deeper into the research presented. We were lucky to hear from them, and certainly the researchers will benefit from incorporating all of their recommendations. Another excellent addition to this conference was the guided mindfulness meditations by Brahmachari Mokshamritaji, who is able to align our thoughts and intentions with the deeper purpose of this conference, as well as strengthen our ability to focus and approach the challenges in this field with a higher level of thought. I really hope that this becomes a standard feature of all academic conferences around the world. I think we will all definitely benefit if that comes to pass. Altogether, I feel I speak for everyone when I say this awesome 2022 conference has been a smashing success. Despite our inability to meet face-to-face, we were able to form a digital community of practitioners and share some truly exciting ideas about how we can move forward in achieving the goal of global gender equality. Amrita University and the UNESCO Chair in Gender Equality Women's Empowerment is proving to be a hotbed of innovation and best practices. And I am confident that what we have learned here, we can take forward and continuously improve our approaches. The awesome framework has great potential, proven yet again by the diversity and expansiveness of the research presented these past 3 days. I hope all of us are excited by this potential, continue to put effort in creating a more compassionate and sustainable society. Thank you again to this great community that has come together to share their time and expertise with all of us. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Chris, for this beautiful summary, which is indeed a collective creation and body of knowledge, a beautiful mosaic showing the diversity of approaches towards one vision. Now, please let us welcome one of our inspirational mentors here at Amrita, Dr. Tariq, by showing us the path ahead. Dr. Tariq, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you so much, dear Meltem. Thank you so much, Chris, for the amazing summary. Really, we don't realize how much we have accomplished in the past 3 days until we heard you summarizing and putting this together in a very, wonderful manner. So really, thank you so much for the wonderful summary here. And just to grant you the wish you just mentioned about, we hope what we will do next. So basically, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is our follow-up, action post the conference. Just before we start, I just wanted to basically would like to just again one more time just to add what Chris has mentioned, to express my sincere gratitude to all our honored guests, keynote speakers, presenter and workshop organizers, the discussants, the audience who have actually enriched the conference with their attendance, comments, and questions. And of course, I'd like to thank the entire SEWISH team who has been working, very hard behind the scene to ensure everything runs smoothly and on time. And again, just before, Dr. Babani provides her concluding remark, I would like to share some highlights for our post-conference action plan, which we hope that we give you more details about this basically action plans in the near future. So first of all, we'd like to start with the abstracts. Just for those who don't know, our abstract, all the abstract has been accepted to the conference, are now published in abstract booklet that has already been shared with the audience. If you didn't have it yet, you can actually go to the website on the screen and provide basically download it directly from the conference website. Another important action plan that we are very excited to say that basically we have a planning book that basically with Springer to be published from the conference on contemporary systems thinking series. The book is intended to become a textbook, which is very interesting because we are not talking about conference proceedings. So basically I'm talking about a textbook for how to apply system thinking to women empowerment, covering 3 aspects: theoretical, methods, and applications, and case study. Our plan for this book is as follows. First, we will put the papers for this conference into a solid peer review process. Those papers that will pass the review will be mapped to chapters in one of the book sections, either theory, methods, or case studies. For the missing chapters that we don't have yet papers for, we plan to reach to prominent authors in both the fields of women's empowerment and system thinking, and invite them to contribute to the needed book chapters. We plan to have this book published before the end of the year after we discuss with Springer the way forward with that. So this is very exciting news because we will have a tangible product coming with this, and we hope that will be a really good solid textbook on how to use system thinking in women empowerment area. The second thing, which basically at SEWISH we hope, is that this awesome conference is not a one-time event. Rather, we see it as the first of a series of international conferences on system thinking and its application to women empowerment that we plan to organize annually, hopefully in March of every year. The event this year was meant to bring together the 2 worlds of system thinking and women empowerment, and just to get the people think about the potential. As Chris has neatly summarized to us, the event this year was rich in providing us with wonderful ideas, solid applications, and thoughtful reflection that showed us the value system thinking brings to the domain of women empowerment. I think basically a lot of people, when they ever think about system thinking, initially they think it is about like the quick idea they get. Okay, to think holistically, you have to think about everything is connected to everything, which is partially true. But actually it goes beyond this. System thinking has a lot of tools and concepts. And we have seen in the conference some of these tools, exactly the workshop that basically organized by System Innovation. We have some tools that we can use in order really to apply system thinking in a proper way. It just provides a different way of thinking than analytical and reductionist approach, as has presented earlier today. What we were hoping is basically try to take this in the next conference series beyond this one, to start actually look at other tools that we have not really had a chance to examine this conference: computer simulation models, leverage points of interventions, understanding basically how we can design future systems and how we can evaluate different alternative interventions and in advance to choose the right one. So for the next conference, we're hoping actually to take it to the next level, systemic women empowerment. Try to see how systemic women empowerment as a system level different from just normal women empowerment that focus on one-dimensional part. And we look at tools that actually lead us to the intervention, what systemic women empowerment means, what it entails, what concept, and how it can be applied in a proper way. So this hopefully that will be the theme for next year, and we'll provide you more information as we start planning for the next year event. I'd like also to highlight that beside basically the awesome conference at SEWISH, we have also other events that we have planned in a part of our roadmap to promote system application to women empowerment. So last year, we organized the first annual summit that brought together UNESCO chairs in women empowerment from around the world. This also is becoming an annual event. And this summer, the second edition of the UNESCO Chair Summit will take place. Although we are not organizing it in Tamrita, we are committed to promote and support the organization of the summit at whatever institutes that will basically planning to host this one. We'll keep you updated about the date and the details as they become available. The second thing I'd like to talk about is also we are currently brainstorming a third annual event to be organized in October this year. And we have not yet settled on the title yet. We are still thinking about it. So this is not final, but we are thinking about basically the Women Empowerment International Olympics. That will be the first event that dedicated solely to the co-creation of solution and intervention, focused on women empowerment, that shall bring together researchers, companies, and women themselves to promote idea and to basically think about solutions. And we will have different categories, different tracks, almost like we are running an Olympic game, but just to focus on solution and interventions. With that, as we celebrate the International Women's Day next Tuesday, I again thank everyone for a great event and wish you a very happy and productive International Women's Day. I hand you back over to you, Malcolm. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tarek. Very exciting steps ahead and the introduction of our next action plan. In other words, this was a global invitation to participate, work together, and co-create innovative systems in future. Now, we have arrived, for now, at our last talk of the awesome conference, to be continued. And therefore, I'm very honored to invite the driving force behind our dear Dean, shareholder, director, and mentor to enter the stage and to share the vote of thanks and finalize the conference with a ceremonial closing. Dr. Bhavani, we are looking forward to, and I wish everyone a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. I'm kind of heaving a sigh of relief, and at the same time, I'm just as energized as when we started and just as excited when we started. So I think this is the most important part of the conference, where we give the vote of thanks and we thank everybody who's participated. It is also probably the most important part of the conference. And Sri Aurobindo said that there are two most important qualities that a human should have. One is sincerity and the other one is gratitude. So in that light, I will offer now my sincere gratitude to everybody who has participated. Rama says, when you have sincerity and gratitude, you have something what is called prasada buddhi, means you have the capacity to accept and learn. So what better attitude is there to have to be able to learn? We have to have these two things. One, sincerity, the second is gratitude. And so with that feeling of having received this knowledge in all gratitude and giving thanks in all sincerity, I will read out the list, and some of my comments will kind of reflect closely along what Chris had given. He has given the technical takeaways, and I will give the emotional takeaways from the conference. So I'd first like to thank Uma ma'am. Thank you so much for stepping in and giving such a wonderful talk. Even though it was so last minute that we approached you, really appreciate your support and for accepting to talk, for the wonderful talk that you gave, but also really thankful about the fact that we have connected with you, and really have to talk. I really thank Ritesh sir for connecting us with you. I really deeply appreciate it. And we've had such wonderful talks over the last 3 days. Deepa Narayan ji, I don't know if she's in the conference and she's in the chat right now. She opened our minds like you open and you unfold a closed bud, like a flower petal. It's like very gently, she took us through many layers of women's empowerment. It was like very, very sensitively. And for that, it was such a beautiful unfolding that happened in the beginning. It kind of set the stage for everything else. And of course, Agendra Kumar, who not just supported us in terms of his keynote talk, but of course, he sent his people also to give wonderful workshops for us. Of course, Fridtjof Capra is like, he's a celebrity amongst us, and he has been managed to inspire generations from his Tower physics in the 1970s to now. He takes us from subatomic worlds to the world that is around us. It's so much of beauty and subliminity. It's as, his talk is as fine one and fine spun as a spider's web. And I think he uses that even as his logo. And that's the kind of information that he kind of drew everything together so beautifully and so subtly. There was also Professor Jimol Uni. Again, she stepped in at the very last minute when we had dropped out. We had a speaker suddenly drop out on us, and we're very grateful to Chandrika ma'am also for introducing us to Dr. Jimol Uni. I hope we can have long-lasting collaborations with her. And of course, our deeply admired Charu ma'am for a wonderful talk that she gave. And of course, always grateful for the opportunity that we have to work with her. Very sincere thanks also to Vandana Shiva ma'am. She basically raised our Dharmik Rosham. What Dharmik Rosham translates to is like righteous indignation, in a very typical firebrand style, and made us feel that, okay, we're not doing enough and we just have to do so much more. So it's very typical in her very typical style. Sairi Chachal, again, oh my God, such an inspiration, mind-blowing what she managed to do as a single person and showing the power of what we can do together. Sundari Nanda ma'am for pushing us to take a look beyond the rhetoric into the finer details of the matter, like really pushing us to see what are the negative effects of not properly thought out women empowerment activities and interventions. Losang Rabgey, and she was, it was very beautiful to hear her journey and what she has managed to accomplish in life. Dr. Sarthak Das and Andy Carmone, amazing people. And if you know, they just gave us such a short glimpse into what they do, but the more you go into their work, not just that you appreciate the depth of their work, but you also appreciate the depth of them as people. Just to share, I know that, for example, Dr. Sarthak Das, he went into Sierra Leone in the heart of the Ebola outbreak with a family of children. I mean, that's the kind of commitment that he has. It's just amazing person. Each time you listen to them, you're amazed at their commitment to doing good. And of course, a deep gratitude to ICSSR for supporting the conference overall. Anyway, it was everyone who spoke, everything was so interesting, and we had parallel sessions, and the parallel sessions were really so interesting. And whichever parallel session you were and you thought, oh my God, this is the best parallel session. And when you came out of it, you were wishing, oh, I wish I was in that one too. Thank God for live recording. We can go back and actually watch all those live sessions. Very grateful to everyone who made that happen. The Evidence Consortium of Women's Group with Thomas D. Hoop, Sapna Desai, Garima Sivach, Sohini Paul and Chinmaya Hola from the GIS workshop, Sharanya, Prashant, Ajit, Krishna, game-based technology, we had Anshul and Subarna. For the system thinking that contributing to marginalization of women, we had Helen Sanson. Then using dialogue as a process tool, Deepti Raghavendra, Veni Nair, Jim, and Pooja Joshi. And of course, today we had Josh, Swaran Singh, and Rajaram, Anshul Agarwal, Maya Narayan, again, showing us the systems and the interconnected systems that lead to, that relate to women's empowerment. For the first time, we had fireside chats, and that was such a success. Thank you again, Maya, for coordinating that. Manasi Gupta blew people away. Tatjana Frazier and Rachel Sinha, again, people are asking, can we have those kind of interventions over here? And there's such an urge to collaborate with these groups that have presented their workshops. And every day there's either one or the other researcher writes, can we work with them? So I'm looking at this thing kind of exploding in many, many directions. And I hope that's a good thing. And I'm sure it's a good thing, but still, I hope it's a good thing. Thank you for all the esteemed discussants. Meg Jones, brilliant. Sid, deep. Used, oh my God, you are the man of the show. You can bring anything together beautifully. Laura, she is such a wonderful example of women's empowerment. Praveen Patkar, Krishnashri Achutan, Martha Miller got up at 3 o'clock every morning and decided to attend every single session. MS Krishnan, again, such a support through the entire conference with his comments, with his connections. Manisha Ramesh, all of the discussants had played such a wonderful role in making the conversation, keeping the conversation alive around the conference. But many of them were actually a part of the scientific committee, and we had a brilliant scientific committee, the speakers and the discussants. But people who I have not mentioned from the scientific committee are Ella, who was not able to attend so actively, but she's also very busy actually helping the refugees on the Romanian border, the Ukrainian refugees on the Romanian border. And yet she managed to attend, I think on the first day she attended the entire session. So very deep thanks to Ella from UN Women, and also Karen Sneha Mawad, who was very helpful in terms of ideating and getting the word out. Again, Maya and Tanuja, thank you so much. You have been amazing coordinator and wonderful people to collaborate with and work with. It's the first time we've done a conference with a partner, and you've made it such a wonderful and a pleasurable experience. I mean, you were also amazing as workshop hosts and also for bringing in brilliant people into the conference. But apart from that, the daily interactions with you were amazing. So thank you for that wonderful experience. All the distinguished attendees of the conference, and these are names that we managed to pick out from the list of participants. Gopiji Gopinathan, the inspector and chairman of the JIU of the United Nations, Dr. Simga, the UNESCO chair from Turkey, Dr. Rose, the UNESCO chair from Haiti, Dr. Hadas from Tel Aviv University, World Toilet Foundation, and Dr. Aditi Mitra. She has also been there the whole time supporting us. Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi, for joining us. And then, of course, and there have been so many other participants. Again, every one of you, a very, very sincere, heartfelt gratitude for being there and making this conference what it is, because if you were not there, this conference actually would not have happened. And then our own people, and coming down to people who actually made this happen. Start with Tarek. Tarek, you are the hero and the star of this thing. You like literally envisioned the conference and then pushed for it. And so very, very big thank you from my side. Moksha Amritaji for coming through on the meditation and some very, very interesting and very invigorating kind of thing. Of course, I couldn't do any of the things that he asked me to do, and it really made me feel like I was completely, my motor coordination are the pits, but maybe I need to work on that since I work in the vocational training space. That was a bit difficult for me to swallow. All the organizing committee of the conference, again, many of the names I've already said, so I'm not repeating them. University support, all the faculty, starting from Melton, Group Sir, the entire faculty from the Social and Behavioral Sciences, Rangaswamy Sir from Coimbatore, amazing moderators, Srividya, Debashish, Yamuna, Ashwati, Melton, Balu, Gayatri, Yust. And then we come to the most important part. So it's like we have the Invincibles. I don't know if you guys see cartoons, but I love the Invincibles. So this is, I'm calling them the Invisibles, but they're just as powerful and they're just as cool. The Invincibles are basically the conference team that work behind the scenes and put everything together. You're talking about the Hari Ajayan, who's the ICTS person who's been monitoring. He's been sitting on his seat for the last 3 days without getting up and making sure that there were no technical glitches and making sure that the technical part of it was really smooth. Hari, of course, Yamuna, Kripa, Anuradha Iyer, who did all the media and the publications, assisted by Suraj Subramaniam, Radhika Mohan, who did a lot of the communication, Vidya, oh my God, she was, at some point of times, I thought she would pull her hair out, but she did so much of work behind it. Vilasini, who did the websites and some of the other publication. Miriam, who basically pushed this conference and the meetings and on an everyday basis. And Anushri, these were the invisibles that were behind the scene in terms of organizing. And then we had other invisibles. We had the invisible note takers who basically were sitting and tapping away on keys, taking down every word that you all were saying and really distilling that essence of the entire conference. Of course, it was led by Chris and by Sonali. So wonderful job and Chris did in presenting the entire thing. He was assisted by all the minions, the invisibles. Of course, somebody can tell that I watch a lot of cartoons from this. Kripa, Abhijit, Amarachi, Amardeep, Amrita, Anushri, Isaac, Kushagrika, Baker, Meenu, Nihal, Nikshita, Rasika, Reshma, and Sophia. These were all the invisibles who took down notes every single day, every track, every talk. And then there was the bigger invisibles behind, who were like the vice chancellors, vice chancellor of our university, of course, who's Dr. Venkat, the dean of engineering, Dr. Bala, the dean of sustainable development, Dr. Manisha, the dean of postgraduate programs, Dr. Krishnashri, the principal of Amrita's School of Social and Social Sciences, at Amritapuri, also Bangalore campus, Principal Sriram Devanathan sir, our principal for engineering over here at Amritapuri campus, Jyoti ma'am, Narayan sir, the principal of arts and sciences, Devidas Chaitanya ji, who is the director of the campus. We also had people from the university like Brahmachari Sairam from ICTS and the entire ashram community who were such a strong support helping us make this happen. And of course, the ultimate invisibles are Kartika and Vidya. They have done so much work behind the back. Again, thank you so much. They sent, along with Radhika, they must have sent, I don't know how many emails and communications out. So thank you. I hope I have not left anyone out. And if I have left anyone out, I saying this is a systems problem, it's an old age systems problem. And I take responsibility and apologies. It's just my age catching up with me, but it doesn't mean that you're forgotten or that you're not appreciated. Then again, the most important person that we thank is always at the last, right? Is Amma, our chancellor, for inspiring us and for nudging us to have this conference, sometimes gently and sometimes not so gently, because she wanted us to really synthesize what we have learned, to learn more and to share what we have learned so far. And so this conference would not have happened if she had not specifically called me that day and then said, when are you having your women's conference? And so taking from that lead and from that inspiration, this came about. And concluding with Amma's world, may we all be the change that we wish to see in the world. Thank you so much, every one of you, again, again, again.
And thank you, Bhavani, for supporting all of this. So, without your guidance, we wouldn't have been able to make anything. So thank you so much.
I thought I had the last word.
I still try to steal something. Steal your thunder.
We have to have one last photograph. So if I may, again, please beg all of you to indulge in turning on your cameras so we can smile again. Oh, wonderful to see everybody. Rondine is playing Holi earlier on because she already has holy colors on her. I think. So I think Vidya is the who's someone's taking the pictures, right? Abhijit is taking the pictures. Okay, Abhijit, and you're going to talk us through how long we have to keep smiling, right? Okay, for 2 more minutes. Okay, thank you.
Next conference will have a song for this.
So that song that plays throughout the time, and we have to keep smiling the whole song. It better be a funny song. That would help. Nice.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done. Bye, guys.
Thank
You
you.
became
Good
a
night, everyone. I hope you all have dinner on time. Oh, it's too late, let us say that. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, everyone. Really, thank you, everyone. Again and again. Oh, that's so cool. Good night. Go to sleep now. Antonia, thank you so much. You attended the whole time. Wonderful. Thank you. And Vaishali ma'am also, thank you so much for attending.